Hello. Good morning to everybody. I don't know that anyone's in here yet, but still. Oh, we have a few. Good morning. Trying to get myself together this morning, and I have some things I want to show you. So, people have started arriving at court. Barry's attorneys have arrived, and I took some screenshots before. So, people started lining up at 3 a.m. outside of the Chaffee County Courthouse. Pretty crazy. And then Barry Morphew's attorneys have arrived at the Chaffee County Courthouse for day 3 of the preliminary hearing. There was a video, but I couldn't get it to save, so I wanted to show y'all, but I also have another funny video I could show you guys, but I don't know if the noise is like a copyrighted sound. But I'll figure it out. So how are you guys this morning? Hey, Amber. I don't know if you're still here, but hello, my beautiful friend. Hey, buddy. Hey, hello, Danielle. Hey, Shar. Well, I'm just waking up for my day, but your day's ending over there in Scotland. I hope I got it right that time. I keep forgetting that. Oh, has a wonderful day. I see. Yeah. Okay, let me check and see if we've got anything. It's only 10:03, so I'm going to come on camera for the second half of the day. Nothing yet. Oh my gosh, I'm so hoping that they come out with some kind of evidence that we don't know about, or 3:05 p.m. here. Yes, I got it right. I was watching Tia's live from last night. I'm never up that late, but I saw a lot of people saying the nicest things about me, and I appreciate that so much, you guys. I really do. Hey, Sandy. So, what are you guys thinking about this? Like, do you think that we're going to get better evidence that will, I don't know, it seems like what we've gotten so far, there's not a doubt in my mind that Barry's the one who did it. Just the way he sold the property and all, that's just my opinion. But some people, because of the evidence that we got last time, they have a lot of doubts, and some people are using that to say, I don't know, just using it to stand up for Barry. So I'm hoping that today we get some better stuff. Hello, Stars 0716 Aloha. Crime Talk with Scott Rice. He also posted a picture, and it says, lined up at Chaffee County Court. People have those chairs that fold up that you like take to the beach or to ball games and stuff, and they're sitting around the outside of the courthouse. Which I do know that Scott says, I don't know him personally or anything, but from his Twitter, they have somebody in there that will be, live tweeting today. So today is day 3 of Barry Morphew's 4-day preliminary hearing. He faces charges of first-degree murder, tampering with the deceased human body, and more. I'm reading through people on Twitter. I'll read some to you guys just till we can see kind of what people are thinking. So Gypsy Lou says, hoping there will be more witnesses called to stand over the next couple of days and that the time spent on each witness is equal. We really need the prosecution to come out with stronger evidence against #Barry Morphew. Hopefully, then she says again to someone else, hopefully we aren't spending the day on only a couple of witnesses. Hopefully we get through at least 4 today. Salada Informer says, hearing today, follow for unbiased reporting. Well, okay. I'm going to go follow that one too. Let's see what they have to say. They're called Here to Listen. At Listen Here Too. And they just have a picture of the courthouse. Hannibal, good morning. I hope we hear about more evidence from the house, the truck, and the hotel room. Yes, that's what I'm hoping too. The hotel room would be great. There's a beautiful picture, though, of the courthouse. Let me see if I can upload it. I bet you I can. Let's see. Like this. You hear the kitties? Girl, we better get some evidence. Okay, I'm going to have to enter the studio. Whoa. Okay, I'm back. I want to show you guys this picture. This is Chaffee County Courthouse this morning. And look, they have pink clouds for, reminds me of Bianca. Bianca Devins is a young girl of another case that I'm covering. She was brutally murdered, and pictures of that were put all over the internet. And she loved pink clouds. I'm actually doing a video with her mom soon. I've already got one with her mom on here. But yeah, very special girl and important case. Okay. I'm so nervous, y'all. Okay, we got a new tweet. Lauren Sharp says, I am seated in the courtroom. The defense is seated differently today. They have more people with them. Drew Nielsen, Iris, which we called her Iris E., plus 3 more people. Barry Morphew has not been seated yet. All 3 witnesses who have been called to testify already are seated behind the prosecution table. Oh, Danielle, I know it broke mine too. And, the next one that we're doing in our series, I know you're talking about Bianca, will be with her mom, but it's going to be about the actual crime. So I'm worried. I told her mom that she can be on any of them that she wants. It's her baby. She has the right to have her voice heard when the story is being told, right? But when you're talking about the crime, it's just, I don't know. I'm worried. I know it's going to be fine. Her mom's a wonderful, wonderful person. It's just, I don't know. Oh, thank you, Hannibal. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, Sandy. So the next one will be with Bianca's mom about the crime. So I think I'll just go through, if she can recall from the time Bianca woke up that day to, when the police were called and stuff. And then I will have the third one, which will be on the actual court proceedings, which is a whole spectacle in itself. I have a video on my channel of her mom and her sister and grandfather, and then also the killer during his sentencing. But there's a lot more that happened besides that. I mean, through all the hearings that led up to that and stuff. So looking forward to that. Oh, thank you, Danielle. I'm glad you signed it. It's so important. Hey, Mary. Isn't that a pretty picture, though, of the courthouse? Okay, let's see what we can find. This has been really fun, though, just hanging out with you guys all day and kind of going through what's happening in the courtroom. a lot of the reporters that I followed last time, well, not a lot, but two of them are not there. Or if they are, they haven't commented yet. So I like to find the people with check marks behind their name. And on Twitter, that doesn't necessarily mean they have a big following. Oh, awesome, Sandy. Thank you. On Twitter, the check marks basically just mean that they're, journalists. They're working for whatever newspaper or news organization. Sometimes they don't have a big following. They might have, a decent one, but okay. Oh, thank you, Hannah. That's awesome. Okay, 52 seconds ago. Judge just walked in. Here we go. Day 3. Barry Morphy preliminary hearing. I'm excited. I've been waiting for this. My birthday's tomorrow, you guys, and I don't know. I kind of want to do this again. Because for me, I want to know this stuff. Like, it's fun for me, interesting. Yeah. We love you, Allie. Oh, thank you, Danielle. I love you guys. Thank you, Bella Moon. Well, work ya, skiver. Not sure what that means, Paul, but okay. Yes, it is so exciting. Okay, let's see. Former agent Johnny Grusing is taking the stand again. Barry Morphew's attorney, Drew Nielsen, is asking him about shooting chipmunks. Bella Moon, that was this morning at Chaffee County Courthouse. I found it on Twitter. I found a funny video. I really would love to show you guys, but I don't know if I'm allowed. I'll find out. If I'm not allowed, I will re-upload it maybe with a few tweets or something. But these people took Barry's face and they used someone else's eyes and mouth, and they almost used facial expressions from someone doing a TikTok dance or something. It was just so funny. But oh, thank you, Sandy. I can't believe I'm 32 years old. Well, I will be tomorrow. Time flies. I still feel like I'm in my 20s. Oh, thank you, Bella Moon. Oh, you didn't have to do that. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. James Smith, I don't know. See, now I've heard this twisted since we were at court last time. I'm there. Since we were all at court last time. They were saying there's problems in Salado with squirrels and they're, sick or I don't know, something. But chipmunks and squirrels are not the same thing, So I don't really know. Thank you, Bella. That's really sweet and I appreciate it so much. Okay, Ashley Franco. We are back in court for the second half of the preliminary hearing for Barry Morphew. Testimony starts off with Jonathan Grusing. Follow this thread for updates on the day. I try to follow a bunch of different people that way because they all have different information. I'm going to be 42 in October and I feel like I'm in my 90s. Oh, Danielle. Well, hopefully we can level each other out a little bit because I'm still feeling like I'm in my 20s and you're feeling like you're in your 90s. So, because he is a jerk. Yeah, he is. You can just tell, oh, good morning, Shannon. Carol McKinley was one that I had been, following for updates, but she doesn't seem to be in there today. Jamie Leary, oh, she's in there now. Preliminary hearing for Barry Morphew continues this morning. His family including daughters and mother, said a quick prayer just before he walked in, carrying an armful of documents. Testimony continues through Tuesday. CBS Denver. That is who she works for. I'm wondering if I should be screenshotting these as I go. I probably will. Oh, I missed one from Lauren Sharf. It was underneath another one. She says, Barry Morphew just walked into the courtroom wearing a gray suit and was holding an orange envelope and other papers. New, a sign in the courtroom that reads, there is no communication between the persons in the gallery, visitors in the courtroom, and defendants. Oh, so does that mean like daughters? Hey, Violet. Do you have earbuds in? Oh, good morning, Be Real. Shannon, I am too. I really am. Okay, we have a new one. February 28th of 2021 interview. When I'm home, I'll walk around and shoot chipmunks. We are here. We are hearing audio from an interview with law enforcement. Nielsen wanted to make it clear that Barry Morphew didn't shoot 85 chipmunks at once. Hey, stop fighting now. Quit it. These cats. Okay, Hannah, then I'll try to take them as I go, and maybe I can just like put them all together later or something. If you guys wanted me to, I would do that. I don't think many people will want to see that if they're watching all day, but even if it's just a few of you guys, I wouldn't mind to do that anyways. We should just allow it to be broadcast. We get the 411 anyways. Yeah, exactly. And you're so welcome, Be Real. Thank you for being here. Let's see if we have anything new. I've got to separate these cats. They won't stop fighting. Okay. So Ashley Franco was the one that I said was, no, she's not from CBS Denver. She's from KKTV. She says, Drew Nielsen starts off asking about trash runs. You'll recall Barry Morphew took 5 trash runs. Nielsen says he was just throwing away junk. Grusing says, yes, he believes that's what Barry told them. Nielsen says there isn't photo evidence of Barry Morphew physically throwing away trash 5 different times at all locations, including the hotel. So remember, this is his defense attorney. Read them. I like you reading them. He killed 38. He said, did he use a machine gun? You don't have to put them all together. So don't forget, this is his defense attorney. They are going to try to make it, you guys know. Okay, Lauren Sharf. Nielsen is talking about Barry Morphew allegedly threw away at the trash runs, made it known there were no pictures or video of him throwing away things at the Broomfield bus stop. So then how do they know that he did it? From his phone or from like GPS? There is video from McDonald's, etc., and GPS puts him there, so I thought. Stop. Okay. You know what? You're separated now. You want to fight like little crazy kittens and you're not going to be together. Sorry. My kittens they're not getting along right now. Let's do a search for Barry Morphew. See if we can find anyone else in the courtroom that I'm not following. The trash runs are extremely concerning. Then later, when his truck was searched, he told them, sorry, it's messy, after he made 5 trash runs. Yeah, how is your truck messy when you've done thrown away stuff 5 times. That's a great point. From the GPS in his truck. Okay. Yeah, I remember the trash being mentioned. Let's see the latest in the last hearing. So Scott Reich did tweet about the sign in the courtroom. There shouldn't be communication between people in the gallery and the defendant. So that's probably with his daughters. I'm not sure. He was talking to them during the hearing. Wilson Berry to fix him. No way. Hey, Vicky. So today is his 3rd day at court. We can't watch it, but we do have a lot of people in there live tweeting. So that's why I'm here to read it to you guys and talk to you in between. I think like when the defense is when it's their turn, I don't know. It's not as exciting. I'm ready to go back to the other side and hear some new evidence. Cats and Pomeranians, nicknamed Shanny Moo or Miss Moo. Okay. And I wonder what Barry's, like the documents Barry was carrying himself. That's has me curious. I'll read these from August 10th from Russell Haythorne. I don't think I got these in my thing, and these are the last ones that he's put out. So, defense says employees at Salada Stove and Spa saw Barry come in the store between 4 and 5:30 on Saturday, May 9th. There was nothing odd about his demeanor. Agent Grusing says he did not include this information in his timeline of events from May 9th. FBI agents' theory is that Barry chased Suzanne around the house before killing her, defense trying to disprove this. Neighbors who were home at the time say they never heard anything. In which we talked about that last time with the defense saying, it would be impossible for him to move that quickly and all of that. So I don't know why I shared that. She is a great person, proud parent. No, you can share anything. But I am a little. Oh, I see. It's your daughter's. Shannon is your daughter's name. Shanny Moo, Miss Moo. Oh, how cute. Hey, Nikki. How are you today? And what you up to? Okay. Trash run number 3. This is from Lauren Scharf. Trash run number 3 is the first time investigators have photos or video of Barry Morphew throwing away items. I am a tightwad and I don't want to pay for trash pickup, he allegedly told investigators. I work so much where my truck becomes a trash truck. Really? That is just so unbelievable with the amount of different toys and their huge house and all of the different, like, come on. Oh, he's a tightwad. We don't really see him living very modestly. There are lots of people who make so much money that live in small homes and don't overbuy. Oh, whose tweets were those, Hannah? Oh no. Let me see. Russell. That was Russell Haythorne. From Denver Channel. He's just a news reporter. He is so full of it. Okay. Nielsen says Barry Morphew told investigators he had old boots, old clothes, and trash in his truck that he could have thrown away during some of the trash runs as to clean out his truck. This is from Ashley Franco at KKTV. Then she says Barry Morphew told investigators he works so much that his truck becomes a trash truck. And anytime he gets a chance to clean it, he does. I'll try to read you guys who each one is from, Hannah. That way, if you wanted to, be on Twitter trying to follow along as well, you can. No, Shannon, he doesn't live modestly. We can tell that. Oh, come on. Anybody could see that. Stevie Wonder could see he doesn't live modestly. And it has no concern for that. Let's see what Crumb Talk has said. I think that is a lie. They had trash pickup. I live in a small town in 2K, and it is included in my water bill. Just got into bed. I'm good, Allie. Just a little tired. I will have to rewatch this and catch up. Okay, well, sweet dreams. Go get some rest. You'll be able to find out everything going on when you wake up. Or everything that happened, rather. So my question would be, did you do regular trash runs? And was it the same places? Yes, exactly. I like your new picture, Vicky. Okay, we have some stuff from Scott Reich. Okay, so 2 minutes ago, he says Barry walks across the lobby carrying boots and a blue garment. He also has a backpack on. Nielsen, if he was hiding something, he would have just put those in the backpack, right? No, not necessarily. It doesn't look that way. No, I'm staying for now till I pass out. Yeah, a household of 4 does make a lot of trash. When you have kids, you go through the trash. Okay, then Scott Reich says, Nielsen asking about the trash runs. There is no video or photo from trash runs at RTD bus stop, McDonald's, or Men's Warehouse. There are, however, dozens of cameras outside the hotel. Yeah, 5 stops at one time. Is this normal for you? Are you always stopping like that? And why wouldn't you just do it all at once? Okay, let me ask you guys something. You go and you clean your car out at the car wash, right? You're not going to stop at McDonald's and throw away half your stuff after. You would just get it all out at the car wash or wherever. Say you're at the gas station getting gas and cleaning out the trash in the front seat. You're not going to get half of it there and then like a mile down the road get the other half. That just makes no sense. Come on, Barry. My mom's like, you don't need to go live that long on your birthday. And I'm like, why? It's what I want to do. Why wouldn't I spend my birthday doing what I want to do? It's fun. Like I swear to you guys, if I wasn't reading these on live, I'd be doing it anyways. Just the first day that I didn't read live, I was pacing the floors all day long, just checking Twitter. Okay, we have some new ones. Lauren Scharf. Investigators don't have photos or videos from the Men's Warehouse trash run. The plastic tree pot Barry Morphew allegedly threw away at the hotel is one similar to the one he buys at a nursery in Salada. Nielsen is now wanting to compare data from the Cellbrite PDF report and the Burla report. This is data from Barry Morphew's truck and cell phone. Yay, now his attorneys will spend forever doing this because that's what they do. They waste as much time as they can on some stuff that's pointless. Oh, thank you, Tina. It's actually tomorrow, but I'll be here tomorrow too. They waste a ton of time on stuff that's pointless. When we were allowed to go into the court hearings, I was watching them here by myself, everybody could. You could hear, or you could hear some of them, see some of them. And anyways, his attorney went on for like 2 hours over pointless stuff. I mean, and I don't know, maybe, I know they're super good attorneys, so I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I wouldn't know how to do it. It's just frustrating. Thank you, Shannon, and thank you for spending it with me. Thank you, Vicky. Hey, Lucy Pearl Tops. Thank you, Shannon. Just Steph, no, I'm not totally biased at all. I mean, I have my opinion, but that's just what it is, sweetheart. I'm sorry. But I've been following this since day one. And now, don't get me wrong. I want to see the court prove it. I can say that so far what we've gotten is just a bunch of jumbled up stuff that hasn't helped prove him to be a killer, right? So I can differentiate between my opinion and has the court proven this, okay? But I personally am on the side of Suzanne. Remember how he told one of the girlfriend's boyfriends that he would bury him under a tree? Wait, I do remember them. Do you remember when Andy was searching and the dogs had hit on several places, and the public was kind of pushy, like, hey, they're hitting, can you send someone to search? One of those places was actually a tree, and they were thinking that, is it possible that he could have buried her in the roots or under the tree? So that's interesting. Because that's a good way to, that'd be a good way to hide it. So that's interesting. Thank you, Shannon. I mean, I share my personal opinion with you guys, but I'm not. I know that he, I don't know how to word this. I like to share my opinions with y'all. I want to be honest and be real with y'all. I'm not working in the courthouse, and it's just what it is. Even if she ran, there's no way she ran off and abandoned her family. I just don't. I'm sorry. That's just unbelievable to me. She was an amazing mother. All she wanted was to be a mother, and she loved her girls so much. Not only that, but her boyfriend, the person she was talking about running off with, hasn't talked to her. Okay. The $70,000 in the safe, he said that was missing after they searched his house, and he blamed police at first. I mean, there's many different things. I respect your opinion. I respect everyone's opinion. But also, like I said, I can look at this, and say if the prosecution has proven their case or not. So far, no, I don't think they have, but I'm hoping they do. Oh, my Lord. Well, how do we know that she was wanting to be a mother? Geez, a lot of you guys. Okay, well, you know what? You guys are welcome to your opinions here, too. Everybody is. As long as we can be nice. But I believe that how do we know she wanted to be a mother? She had an extremely hard time even having kids in the first place. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So just because, yeah, let's just, please, guys, be nice in here, okay? You can have your opinions. Your opinions are welcome. Put them in the chat when you want to stand up for Barry or whatever. You can just do it respectfully, and that's better anyways, because it gives us a better idea of where the general public stands. Because honestly, I haven't seen a lot of people that believe that Suzanne could have ran off. I'm giving this case a chance. I don't want to accuse a man without the proper evidence. And as you said, I'm waiting on the court to prove him guilty. Yeah, well, that's okay. I mean, innocent until proven guilty. Like I said, I don't want to offend anybody, even the people who have opposite opinions of mine. And I'm being honest with you guys about my opinion. And I've been honest and said the court hasn't proven it. So let's just move forward. Yeah, she looked like she loved being a mother, and her kids were, I mean, she was a good mom and she was really involved with her kids. And she had an extremely hard time getting pregnant in the first place. Hey, Woofy. If he's a killer, he can rot in prison. Okay. Let's see if we've heard anything else. I doubt it because they were going through that Celebrate. Oh, okay. Nielsen says to Grusing, your theory is that Barry Morphew drove to Broomfield to dispose of evidence from a murder. Grusing says, yes. Nielsen fires back, saying, you think he did this in plain daylight, plain sight with surveillance cameras? Now talking about calls made from Barry Morphew's truck to several people, Mallory, Suzanne Morphew, and Martin Ryder. Prosecution asked if it's possible for Barry's Bluetooth to pick up without being in his truck. Grusing says yes. I agree, Janessa. Thank you, Tranquil Forest, so much. I agree, Miss Tammy. You like it'd be one thing if maybe her boyfriend disappeared too, but he's still at home, trying to be with his wife and hasn't heard from Suzanne. And the FBI, they've checked all of his cell phone records, emails, all of that stuff. She was a beautiful lady. She said Barry turned the girls against her. Those are her words. Obviously, there was a strained relationship between her and her kids. Well, she said that Barry kept trying to pull the girls into their arguments and stuff. But yeah, Suzanne, I've been having an affair, but let he without sin cast the first stone. I agree, Vicky. As soon as we found out she was having an affair, I mean, oh my gosh, I knew that it was going to be trouble. Wishing you a happy birthday, my Virgo sister. Technically we celebrate. Nikki, what day was yours again? The 25th? It's not today, is it? Brittany's is today, the 23rd. Nothing too much, Woofy. Her older daughter and Suzanne had issues. Doesn't mean she didn't want to be a mom, though. Just saying many people have tension in their families. It doesn't mean they don't want them. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, thank you, CP. I appreciate that so much. Gypsy Lou on Twitter. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me see what else I can find real quick. I gotta quit reading chat for a second or we'll get too far behind. Okay. We did Ashley Franco. Let's do Gypsy Lou. Like they said. Oh, Gypsy Lou says the same thing that we said about he would have dumped everything in one spot. And then in response to dumping the things in Broomfield in daylight, Gypsy Lou says yes, because Barry Morphew isn't going to leave all of the evidence of a murder at their property. I'm going to follow them, but I'm trying to find the news agencies, the people that work for the news. I just figured it would take, usually when they're going through data and things like that, Their tweeting list. Okay. Nielsen is showing that Barry Morphew was in his truck when he made numerous calls on Sunday, May 10th in Broomfield. The state is saying that his phone could still be synced to his truck when he isn't in the truck, like when he was inside his hotel room and the truck was nearby. Tranquilizer dart cap. It is the photo of what is found in the dryer. Nielsen is showing the courtroom brand new darts in a package unopened to Agent Grusing. He said it is the same but doesn't have a cap on it. Now this is Ashley Franco. The last one was Lauren Scharf. Here's Ashley Franco. She says, now turning to the cap to a tranquilizer dart found in the dryer at the Morphew home. Nielsen pulls out a box of darts to show Grusing. Nielsen pulls out a dart from the box and shows Agent that the dart itself did not have a cap on it. Okay, the 25th. Oh, and you're in the future. Thank you. Oh, awesome, Nikki. It's so cool. That had totally left my mind. I'm going to check up with you guys, catch up with the chat for a second, and then go back. Thomas the cutie. Woofy. No, now that's who was fighting at first, but not now. Now they're still fighting, but it's the little gray kitten and Joe Exotic. Barry is too prideful to ever tell the truth. I agree. He seems like he has, tried to turn the girls against her. Yes. When people thought Barry was having an affair, everybody was casting stones. Well, I mean, there is photographic evidence of Barry leaving hotels with certain women and doing things like that. So, I don't know. Tammy was just saying in her opinion. Obviously, we don't know for sure, Oh, thank you. That's very sweet of you. I appreciate that. I don't believe the affair is the issue. It's not. Thanks for the shout out. Hey, Gypsy Lou. Oh, cool. You are so welcome. I wouldn't be hopping from place to place with the evidence. Well, no one knew she was even missing yet. You know what I mean? I would dump it all out at once, too. And him taking it to Broomfield, no one's going to pull him over and be like, do you have your wife's clothes or your wife's helmet? Or, you know what I mean? I'm just being, But no one knew she was even missing yet. And then, the way that it seemed like, the story of this mountain lion and the story of the bicycle were being pushed so hard with no evidence. That really bothers me, because if you're really wanting to find your loved one, I don't know, I feel like you wouldn't do that. But okay, we have Ashley Franco. 38 seconds ago, Nielsen argues the cap found in the dryer was not from a tranquilizer dart, but from the needle used to inject the dart with chemicals. She asked Agent Grusing about this. He affirms that she is correct in saying that they did not technically find a tranquilizer dart cap, but then it's the cap from the needle used to inject the dart with chemicals. I feel he had her phone. Dumpster. Yeah, that's true. I'm talking about after. I was talking about like him at the hotel and stuff after Suzanne was missing. I mean, how quickly did he have her, like, have it where he could sell their property and all of that stuff? I mean, I don't know. To me, that just doesn't look good. Like I said, that's my opinion. And I also can say the court has not proved the case yet. That's just the truth. Oh, wow, Hannibal. Okay. I gotta stop pacing the floors, y'all, and sit down for a second. I get so nervous, though. Like, that's it. it crushed me. I want so badly for them to prove that Suzanne, like, we didn't know there wouldn't be more blood evidence or any blood evidence in all of these things. And all that I want is for the person who has been missing to have justice and for the truth to be found out. And when you care and you get like so in, I don't know, it just really gets me worked up. Okay, but let's go. Lauren Sharf, 2 minutes ago, says Dart doesn't come with fluid or chemicals in them. You have to buy that separately. Nielsen is showing how someone has to inject into the dart the chemicals. Okay, so the needle that's used to put the chemicals into the dart, that was the lid found in the dryer. Yeah, Nikki, how is your back, by the way? Speaking of that, thank you, Janessa. So are you guys, or you wouldn't, you guys care so much too. Yeah, the chemicals to inject into a tranquilizer dart sounds worse to me than the dart itself. Let's see if Crime Talk has tweeted anything. Okay, so he does. He kind of goes over the same conversation we were just talking about. And he says, Nielsen, and this is paraphrased. The needle is what is used to inject a dart with tranquilizer. A needle is not a tranquilizer dart. What was found in the dryer is not a tranquilizer dart. The one found in Barry's garage was empty. The darts don't come with any fluid in them. Okay, we have a bunch of new ones. Ashley Franco. Nielsen now going through the instructions on how to fill the tranquilizer dart. She continues by saying law enforcement found empty tranquilizer darts but no tranquilizer chemical at the house. Jamie Leary says defense team brings in box of tranquilizer darts similar to dart kit found in the garage. She takes one out to showcase what it looks like, talking about how it wasn't actually a cap found in the dryer. And then Lauren Scharf, law enforcement found empty tranquilizer darts but no chemicals or vials of the chemicals at the home. I don't recall having any left, Barry Morphew told investigators. Okay, so he has no chemicals to put in the darts, but there is a needle used to put the chemicals in the darts in the dryer. The defense is just, they're doing what they would do. They're trying to say, what they're telling you isn't true, even if it's pointless, even if it's the difference between a dart and the needle used to inject chemicals into the dart. They're not being truthful. That's kind of what, to me, it seems like they're doing. You're so welcome, Miss Tammy. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. And yeah. Susan agrees with you, Hannah. Nikki, did you answer how your back's doing? Just curious if it's still getting better or. I've been trying to stay away from YouTube, at least from most channels. People have gotten very toxic and nasty. Thank you, Janessa. Nikki Rex is an awesome, amazing person who does not put up with any BS or drama and all of that. And I'm just so thankful to even know you, Nikki. Truly. I'm so thankful for all of you guys in here. So many of your names look so familiar. Good morning, Dawn. Like Dawn, Janessa, Susan, Vicky. Like I could go on and on. But yeah, I'm thankful to all of you guys. Okay, let's see what we got. Good morning, Without Borders. Okay. The plastic cap wasn't found until May 19th. This is Lauren Scharf, by the way. Investigators don't know how the cap got into the dryer and how long it had been there. There were 2 DNA mixtures on the cap. Barry Morphy's DNA was excluded. That's okay, Woofy. Don't you worry. Just work and Listen to us. It'll be okay. The chat's been pretty good. I had, we had a little tiff a few minutes ago, but honestly, it's okay. I'm okay with that. I don't mind people being in here thinking that both sides need to be heard. And sometimes, I do that. And that's what I was talking about with the glare with like Summer Wells. Sometimes I let my opinion just be way too, it leads me rather than trying to look at things objectively and be fair, like be more, but I'm a person and I want to share my opinions with you guys. That's why I'm here. So I can still have the opinion, excuse me, that the court hasn't proved their case. But to me, I've already, I've made up my mind. I know that I'm still waiting to hear all the evidence, but I have an opinion. I haven't waited to form an opinion. I haven't made up my mind for good. Of course, I'm willing to hear the evidence. First time viewer, I like you even though you're biased. Hey, I'm honestly biased though, okay? Let me add him. I'll take them out. I'm honestly biased and I welcome your opinion too. So you might teach me a thing or two. I'm not, against that. Okay. Agent Grusing says Barry Morphew told him he could have thrown some chemical away, but he does not remember. He says the cap in the dryer had nothing to do with him. The tranquilizer gun found in the garage did not work according to law enforcement. Thank you, Shar. I appreciate you. And you too, Woofy, and you, Nikki, and any mods that are here. I love all of you guys. Hello, True Crime Analyst. How are you this morning? Then whose is? Just that? I don't know. That's interesting, but I don't know. Allie is the sweet one. I'm the sassy one. It's pretty obvious. We were just waiting for it to be proven. Okay. Empty vessels. Lauren Sharp says empty vessels of the tranquilizer darts were found in the garage. The tranquilizer gun didn't work. Hold on one second, you guys. I'm delayed, but she was going. Yes, exactly. She loved her kids. She was going to wait to leave him for Macy to be out of the house. Thank you, Catherine. Doing okay, just a lot going on. I'm at work, but taking a little break. Okay, let's see what we've got now. Okay. Lauren Sharf says 9 seconds ago, Suzanne Morphew had been at Jean Ritter's home, the neighbor, for coffee from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on May 6th of 2020. During the time of I'm done, text was sent to Barry Morphew. That's another thing that doesn't make Barry look so good so far that the court actually has shown. Suzanne texts him and tells him that, she doesn't want to be with him anymore, and those messages are deleted, and that just looks sketchy. Why delete those? Dart theory is getting shredded. I don't know. Lucy, who is Mallory the younger one? I'm not. It's confusing a little bit. Their names are very, I don't know. And I haven't looked too closely at the daughters. I'm one of the people who I try to leave the daughters really out of it as far as, I mean, I don't know. It's such an unfair place that they're in right now, and seeing the way that they've been overly judged for just loving their dad, standing by him, and stuff like that. I just don't want to. I don't want to go there. I think it'd be hard. Okay, so Lauren Sharp says Susan. Oh, I already read that to you guys. Hold on. Thought I saw another one. Nothing yet. Let's see. Mark Salinger was one that I followed last time. He doesn't seem to be tweeting about it. That saddens me to hear that. I do understand what you mean. I pray for brighter days on these YouTube streets. Yep. Okay. Nielsen asked Grusin, "You can't say how long that cap has been in there?" Grusin says, "Correct. Barry was excluded with DNA from that cap." Some empty vessels of the darts were found in the garage. A tranquilizer gun, also in the garage, did not work. There were no darts found inside or outside the Morphew home. Okay. Mystic Firefly says, Macy is the youngest daughter. What I find odd is that Macy's boyfriend and his father were at the house before the Ritters get here. Okay, so that is the one who, yeah, I remember that. Like the boyfriend and his father being in the discussion last time. Good morning, Katie. What do you guys think about that text being deleted? Does that, like, to me, that's just, I don't know. Okay. Ashley Franco from KKTV 1 minute ago says Nielsen talking about text from Suzanne Morphew on May 6th saying, "I'm done." She says this text could have been Suzanne telling Barry Morphew that she was done with coffee at Neighbors. Nielsen says after this date, there were several calls and texts between the two. Nielsen says the texts were about the two hanging out and what Nielsen calls cordial messages between the two after the "I'm done" text. Oh, my Lord have mercy. Thank you, Nikki. I mean it. But I still didn't see if your back was feeling better. Let me scroll up and see if I missed it. I worry about your back. I know that how bad that is just from going through that. So the text that was yeah. So Suzanne had texted Barry saying that she was done with the relationship. In the last court, we found out exactly what it said, but those texts were deleted from Barry's phone. And those were the only texts that were deleted from his phone. They found them from the cell phone company. Good afternoon, Christine. One of my wonderful mods is in Scotland too. Sure. From Derry, Ireland. Oh my gosh, good afternoon, Gemma. That is so awesome. Exactly, Hannah. Oh, Mystic Firefly, that's awesome. You could actually message me somewhere, either on Facebook or email. My Facebook is Allie Erickson, and my email is alexerickson82489, my birthday, at gmail.com. And yeah, I will cover it all day. I'll take a break at lunch and I'm going to go take a shower and stuff, and I'm going to come back on camera after. Good, Nikki. That's awesome. Well, just be careful. Don't pick anything up. Don't do anything like that. Mystic Firefly, if you do message me, I would love to share your group and my group and on here and stuff. So yeah. And you're so welcome. Yeah, Nikki, if you pick anything up, or we have the kind of the same issues with the sciatic nerve, and if the things that have messed mine up would be carrying too much, or one time I went out on the trampoline and did a backflip that messed it up. It's just different things that actually, no, it was on the ground. The one that hurt my back was on the ground. The trampoline I could still do, but I would never do it again on the ground. But okay. Just because the two had cordial conversation after the "I'm done" text means nothing. They had been together for a very long time. they lived together, they had kids together. I know for me, I'm friends with the people that I used to like, that I have children with. You know what I mean? So I don't. And another thing that I do for mine is I'll lay on ice and heat. That seems to, like, if I do something and it starts aching just a little bit, it terrifies me that I'm going to wake up and not be able to move the next day. So ice and heat will really help that. Nothing new there. Nothing new there. We're kind of at a standstill for just a moment. I'm sorry about that, you guys. Okay. Stephanie Butzer Rose from Denver Channel says, now going over some text and calls between Suzanne and Barry on May 7th and 8th. On May 8th, Suzanne's phone received a notice about a Facebook reset code. She friended multiple men that night. Defense brings up a few texts between Barry and Suzanne and Jeff Libler from May 9th. 8th. That's when she... Let's see what they say. Oh, Vicky, that's so awesome. I'm so glad. I am worried this affidavit is not as damning as we thought it would be. Day 3 and the best they have is a... Yeah, I know. I'm worried too. But you know what? Like, the prosecutor in this case seems to be a very good one. And I'm holding out that hopefully they're holding things back, because this right here, they just have to show enough of to why he needs to be held, right, and arrested initially. But they like to, in other cases I've seen, they like to hold back, some evidence for the actual court, like the actual trial. I mean, and so hopefully, I don't know. Like, and also whenever she brought the case and people were like, when the prosecutor brought the charges, people were wondering, are you sure there's no body? And she's like, no, I am confident. Trust me, I am confident. I know we have enough. So I don't know. I guess we'll see. I'm a massage therapist. Please consider for any back pain. I personally have saved many from surgery. Sciatic nerve pain lay on tennis ball under the glutes. Ooh. Thank you, Sandy. That's so cool. I know, Vicky, me too. Well, just Steph, you know what? Like, he didn't delete all of his messages. He just deleted the ones where she said she was done. Lauren Sharf, 1 minute ago, says Nielsen is going over the timeline of events with Grusing. According to text messages, Facebook messages, and truck data, the state is telling the judge that Agent Grusing didn't go over the text messages between Barry Morphew and Suzanne. The judge allows the timeline to continue. Very strange that she friended several men on this night/day when she hadn't done anything like that before. Seems like someone was setting up a defense. Yeah, it's odd. What comforts me is the DA said she feels confident that we have enough. If I didn't feel yes, that's what I was talking about. Sometimes it's hard to remember everything and, clearly in a way that I can look back on things and explain to you exactly. So thank you. Oh, wow, Vicky, that's crazy. Okay, Lauren Sharf. Nothing new. Ashley Franco, KKTV. 21 seconds ago says, Nielsen turning to May 10th. That 3:58 a.m. Barry Morphew to May 10th that 3:58 a.m. Hashtag Barry Morphew phone allegedly near where Suzanne's bike was found, but Nielsen says it is possible static drift interfered. She says this is when GPS measurements move when the phone is actually not moving. Gruesing agrees. Thank you, Sandy. Nikki's been struggling majorly. I mean, awful. Like, not being able to function, move, any of that. And I know my sciatica did that to me a couple years ago, a couple times, and it was just the most painful, awful thing I've probably ever been through. Profiling Evil made a good video on the prosecution's theory of the phone's GPS movement inside of the home. Ooh, I'll have to go check that out. I like Profiling Evil. I just don't have time sometimes to watch everything, coming out. Nothing new from Jamie Leary. Then let's do Crime Talk. Crime Talk with Scott Reich 4 minutes ago says Nielsen is confirming the timeline again with Gruesing. Judge asked to speed this up since this has already been determined. Barry sits as still in his seat the whole time so far. Sits as still in his seat the whole time so far. Yeah, I read that correctly. Do you guys watch him, Crime Talk? I will be so interested in his opinion. I wish he was there because I believe he has like an employee there. But because where he's an attorney himself, I always like to hear his opinion on these other attorneys. Just like in the Daybell case. He talks a lot about Mark Means and John Pryor and all of that. And from his point of view, it's just so interesting. If you guys haven't watched, you definitely have to check him out. So I've already read this from Lauren Scharf, but I can read it from Ashley Franco as well from KKTV. Nielsen turning to May 10th, that 3:58 a.m. phone Barry Morphy's phone allegedly near where Suzanne's bike was found. Possible. Wait, did they both tweet that? Okay. Yeah, I had already read that one, guys. Sorry. I'm just trying to make sure we don't miss any. And they're kind of silent for the moment, so. Yes, Crime Talk is so interesting. I wonder what makes it like nothing happened with you, right? No injury, nothing happened, Nikki, that could have aggravated it, that got it started. Because it's interesting that, it just changes like that. This week is tolerable, then you'll think it's getting better, then it'll get worse. And I don't know. Let's just do a regular Barry Morphew search on Twitter. Yes, Vicky, he does. He really does. Scott breaks it down. For people listening on headphones, Vicky said that she doesn't understand much of the law talk, and Scott breaks it down for folks like me. And he does a great job at that. Okay. So, 52 seconds ago from Scott Reich, March 2021. Barry says he turned left. He said he saw elk antlers and wanted to follow it. I think we missed one from Scott, so we'll go to 50 seconds ago from Ashley Franco. The prosecution is in redirect now, starting off with the morning of May 10th. Barry Morphew was tracked turning left onto Highway 50, close to where Suzanne Morphew's helmet was found. He admitted turning left to agents. Right turn would take him to Broomfield and Salida. And then 31 seconds ago, Grusing was asked about the 18 to 19 miles that were missing from Barry Morphew's odometer in his truck. Nielsen is talking about where Salada's stove and spa is located and asks if it is a coincidence if the location to the spa is the same amount of missing miles. No, Grusing said. Carol McKinley says, talk now and redirect over whether Barry Morphew turned right towards Salada or left towards the mountains on the morning of May 10th. Morphew said he turned left away from Salada to follow a bull elk to see when it sheds its horns. Lauren Scharf, 29 seconds ago, says the state is redirecting questions. Agent Grusing says when they asked Barry Morphew if he turned left or right on Highway 50 when he left the morning of May 10th, Barry allegedly said left in an interview in March of 2021. Okay, so that's good. I like. Maybe we'll find out some more information. This is just redirect, so I think they'll just clear things up, and then when we have, the next witness, that's when we'll get more information, maybe more evidence. Picking up anything, use legs, crouch position. I get sciatic nerve pain too. Tennis ball is my best friend. I promise it works. That is so interesting. I didn't know that, but I'm going to have to look it up and see exactly where you put it. Shannon, I could have sworn it was said that the Facebook friend requests were done on Saturday night, so I assume Barry Morphy did it. Now they say Friday night. I know. Me too, Hannah. I'm wondering if there's some confusion there, because I was thinking the requests were done right before she went missing, like this same day. So, or like midnight of the day she went missing. Okay. Grusing said if he turned right, he would be heading towards Salada and Broomfield. And if he turned left, it would take him to where the helmet was found near Highway 50 in Chaffee County. Okay, interesting. While we're waiting for the next, in the chat, if you were on the jury, put a 1 if you would find him not guilty so far with only the information presented in court. Nothing we've seen on YouTube and if we know more information than what's been presented so far, that doesn't count. So put a 1 if you would find him not guilty and a 2 if you would find him guilty. Thank you, Christine. That's so cool. One, 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 two twos, and mainly ones, which is not good. I would need more evidence to make a decision thus far, but I'm leaning towards guilty for sure. 1 hurts my heart to say. Oh, sorry, I meant to. Yeah, I know. Okay. You guys know how I feel. I believe that it was him. As far as what we've gotten so far, I don't know that I could convict somebody for that. I mean, I'm definitely, it's suspicious. The trash dumps, even if it was the tranquilizer stuff, all of that is just so suspicious. But I'm hoping that we get more evidence because, there's a lot of people who, look at the chat. There's a lot of ones. Vicky, the question was not based on anything that like outside of what's happened in court so far, but just what you've heard in court. Would you put a 1 if you found him not guilty and a 2 if you would find him guilty based on if you were a jury based on what they've presented so far? That's true. We have a motive, tranquilizer dart needle, The movement. The trash dumps. Suzanne last known to be at home. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence for sure. His defense is doing an amazing job. They're super high paid attorneys, and I am not surprised. Okay, Suzanne Morphew or Suzanne Morphew, oh my gosh. Lauren Sharf says Barry Morphew also told investigators that he had seen a bull elk and a herd of elk crossing the street and wanted to see when they would be shedding their antlers, which would be the reason why he turned left, according to Grusing. I can't stomach him, but I would need more. I know. Hey, Lolo. Okay. And Jeff Lindsay is the one talking for the prosecution right now. Let's see. Uh-huh. 85 years at least for each chipmunk. Are his trash dumps from place to place a regular thing or something new? Not sure. That's a good question, though, Christine. Okay, guys, still waiting. Nothing new so far. Mm. Thank you, Nikki. I want to look at pictures of their house to see if they have trash cans. Well, I mean, I would think if you're working construction and you're dumping things from your job and stuff, that you would go to like a dump, like a dumps, like one huge dumpster and dump it all. I don't know. That's just ridiculous. Still nothing new yet. I'm looking. I keep just checking from page to page. Hey, Tracy. Oh, how cool. From Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. Most construction sites have a dumpster and often required with a building permit. Yeah, exactly. There's definitely more to his trash runs. Very suspicious. Yeah. And also, he was dumping things like clothing and stuff, like, I don't know. That's just. For me, even in his apology video, something felt off about him. Did anybody else in here think that something felt off in his apology video? Okay, Lauren Sharf, 39 seconds ago. At 12:02 a.m. and 12:17 a.m., incoming outgoing calls the morning of May 10th of 2020 on Suzanne Morphew's phone. Agent Grusing said, according to Verizon, there were no calls or text messages during this time. The last registered call from Suzanne's phone was on May 9th in the afternoon. I agree, Christine. I love your channel and I've been watching you. Oh, thank you so much, Tracy. I'm happy that you're here right now. So cool. The trash is highly suspicious, but it isn't enough to convict a person. Yeah, for sure. I am an ex psychology lecturer, and his body language communication was all wrong. Okay, so let's see. That was Lauren Sharf. Ashley Franco. Does she have anything new? No. Then we'll go to Jamie A. Leary's from CBS 4. She has nothing new. Crime Talk. Nothing yet. Lauren Sharf is probably, if you're following yourself, she's probably the one that does the most updates nonstop. Some of these people, they'll quit for hours at a time, which is bizarre to me, but maybe they're not in there and they just, I don't know. But the totality of circumstances could convict him. Oh, people get convicted all the time on circumstantial evidence. What makes it difficult here, I think, is where they haven't found Suzanne. Ow, ow, ow. That worries me. Carol McKinley's coverage. Me too. I've been trying to keep up with her too. Let me see. Yeah, her last one was 14 minutes ago. But I agree. She's very good too, Mystic Firefly. Oh, you're welcome, Nikki. Thank you for being here. Yes, Lauren on her YouTube channel. Okay, so even last night, she did like an hour-long stream talking about today with her photographer or like camera person, I believe. But she usually does like after today, maybe this evening, you'll get an update, and tomorrow. And the cool thing is that she kind of relays what was happening the whole time that wasn't tweeted out or different things. I don't know. Just definitely, if you're into this like I am, you would really love her channel. Somebody mentioned the hot tub and suggested her death may have been a drowning. Huh. I hadn't heard that yet. Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you for being here. Love my Charlie Faith. They can prove she's no longer alive, then all they have to do is prove who had the motive for her to be around. Okay, let's see. I'm interested in what's on their phone, so I hope they kind of go into that more. And we have a new tweet that says from Lauren Sharf. Agent Grusing is talking about when Barry Morphew could have had time to dispose of a body on May 9th into the 10th. He told the judge Morphew had 6 hours to dispose of a body, which could mean at least a 3-hour round trip. Oh, as in where she could be. How far away? Well, I do know this. He goes after, he goes. This is some more. Okay, where's that? I gotta find your name because you're kind of being the devil's advocate, and I want to ask you something. Dang it, I can't find your name, but there's a couple of you guys in here. So here's another thing. He goes to Broomfield on Sunday, Mother's Day, not spending that with his wife. He's going to a job that isn't even being done on Sunday, right? There is no one working on Sunday. They are not allowed to work on Sunday. It's against city, the rules of the city. And even the job that he's going there for, he still didn't make sure the employees had the equipment to do that job, which is so bizarre to me. Then he goes in that hotel room and he doesn't leave for hours, 4 hours. He doesn't walk out of the door, or I don't remember exactly. So 4 may be wrong, but it's several hours. He doesn't leave the room, like he had been up all night and maybe he was sleeping. Then the people who come to do the job come and it smells so strongly like chlorine. And there's wet towels all over the floor and some kind of insurance paperwork in the trash. Oh, I figured that's what you're talking about. Charlie Faith. Love my Charlie Faith. Does anyone know how long you would be out after being shot with a tranquilizer dart? That's kind of what Dexter does. If you guys watch Dexter, he uses that, what is it, M99 he calls it. And he puts people out and then while they're unconscious, like, tapes them to the table or whatever. And sister in the courtroom. Suzanne's family, at least brother and sisters, listening on WebEx. More media there than before. Wraps up tomorrow. I'm sure it was enough that it would never wake up to follow this case. It might have explained the lack of blood. Yeah, that's true. Yep, I agree with that. It probably is for a large animal. Okay. Nothing new from Lauren. To me, though, and then didn't he say he was doing a fire, he was going to firefighter training at first? It wasn't until the chief comes out and says, no, there was no training, that it changed to a job. I was doing a job. He probably didn't want people to even know the location of this job or what happened because of the the chlorine and the cameras. He knew, he was very aware there were cameras. He mentioned it himself. There were cameras in the hotel. I know it's returning this winter. I cannot believe it. That is my favorite show of all time. I've watched every episode probably 5 or 6 times. Every single episode, seasons 1 through 8. Like, I'm a huge fan, and it ended so terribly that, oh my gosh, it's so awesome. It's coming back. And didn't the hotel camera show him leaving with a suitcase? I don't know. He did have a bunch of stuff that he was seen with, but I don't remember about the suitcase. Somebody else, though, in here could probably answer that because all of you guys are so smart and you watch so closely and stuff. We can all learn from each other for sure. Okay. Jamie Leary says prosecution from May 9th into May 10th of 2020, this 6-hour period when the phone of Barry Morphew is in airplane mode. Is that enough time to dispose of a body? Investigator says yes. I'm going to go try to find that Carol for Mystic Firefly. See if they've tweeted. No, they haven't. Dexter fan here. I've been streaming it for a couple of weeks now. You guys, if you haven't seen it, oh my Lord, you have to check it out. I think that Netflix actually has all of it on there. So you don't have to pay for Showtime, but you certainly probably will whenever the new season comes out, which, oh my gosh, you guys, I can't wait. Like, that is such a good show. I think I love it because not only is Dexter like fighting for what's right, because he only kills people who kill other people, like other serial killers and stuff, but also because it was done so artistically. Like, every single episode of that show is just done with such, it's just, I don't know, you guys gotta check it out if you haven't seen it. All of his behaviors just seem so bizarre. Oh, I'm so glad, Christine. Thank you. Just seems so bizarre, and he has clearly lied. I realize that's not enough to convict, but he surely has a lot to answer for. I found a Facebook post of Barry's business. There was a pic of a backyard reno for Mother's Day. They filled in a pond. Oh, interesting. And we also know that one woman said that, one of the jobs that was next door to her house was being worked in the middle of the night. I remember that. It's on, Dexter is also on Amazon Prime. Oh, Netflix removed it, but you can find it on Hulu. Oh, you guys. I agree, Be Real. I love how excited you got speaking on Dexter Alley. It is so good. Have you seen it, Shar? Because if you haven't, oh my gosh, please go watch it. I will say, though, like, the first 3 seasons were not as good as, like, starting at season 4. That's when I could tell you all the killers. The season 4 is the Trinity killer, and this is this man who kills people in threes. But it's really good after season. It's really good in seasons 1 through 3, but you might have a little bit of a hard time like getting into the first one. If you do, I would go to the second one, but yeah, just check it out. Yes, Char, then you have to see it. You please, pretty please go watch it. So when the new ones come out this fall, we can watch them together. I sent the screenshot to Linda from It's a Crime because I got a sick feeling she could be there. Oh, you got that feeling in your gut. All right, let's see what's been said. Okay. Gruesing is answering questions about Barry Morphew talking about shooting chipmunks around the home on May 9th. I shoot chipmunks. So when I am home, I go around the house, and when I see another, I'll shoot it, Barry said in an interview, allegedly shot the chipmunks with a .22. See, I live in a place where hunting is, people hunt all the time, but they're hunting for like food. And when I don't know, I don't like messing up the ecosystem. I don't want to, I don't kill spiders around my house, y'all. One day I'll have to show you guys. I have so many spiders who like stay on my porch, and I will not kill them, because if you do, then, they're killing the bugs around your house. And it's just all, chain reaction. First hurdle is proving they're no longer alive. I know. Oh my gosh. And his son was kind of like born in blood. He says the same way he was. Oh. Hey, Stephanie. How are you today? Hey, NNJ. They found chipmunk DNA. Vicky said, I kill spiders. Now, if it was like a black widow or something, I would kill it. But most of them around here are just, they're just eating the bugs off your porch and stuff. Okay, we have a new update. Lauren Sharp says Barry Morphew allegedly told investigators that he last used his tranquilizer gun to shoot a deer in late April of 2020 to get their horn. I'm telling you, this is a quote from him. I'm telling you right now, to get horns. They go to sleep. I remove their horns. They go off with no horns on their head. Allegedly shooting the deer with the tranquilizer gun either in the garage or breezeway. Oh, Suzanne. That freaking, that video of him asking for help, I just can't, ugh, I don't know, can't get out of my head. Okay, Jamie Leary says, investigator clarifies, in dryer, it was a needle sheath for a trank dart gun, not a quote unquote dart cap. He says Barry Morphew said he shoots deer with the trank gun so he can get their horns. Says he shot 2 deer just for horns in April of 2020. They wake up with no horns and run off. We'll go Barry Morphew on them sliders. Oh my god. Vicky. You're crazy. Y'all are so silly. That's why I've hoped for Summer Wells' case. It took law enforcement a year to arrest Barry. Oh yeah, it a lot of times there's stuff happening. We just don't know about it, right? It's all happening behind the scenes. Okay. Scott Reich tweeted 1 minute ago. Is it possible Barry was tracking Suzanne? Gruesing? Yes. Is it possible Barry texted Suzanne at 11 a.m. on May 9th that he was coming home and the texts were deleted? Gruesing? Yes. How would that be possible that they wouldn't see it, though, from the cell phone company? I don't know, Shannon. It just seems so cruel because they I don't know. That's like removing a cat's claws and then like letting them run outside. Like, don't take away an animal's defense. And if you're gonna just put them back in the wild, well, you're just putting them out there to be tortured. You just sent a screenshot of that gave you a sick feeling. Hannah, she was saying that she had found a job that Barry and his company had done on Mother's Day of an in-ground pool, and that looking at it just gave her a sick feeling because it was a possibility that Suzanne could be there. So he's kind to deer, but chipmunks not so much. I would be doing all I could. Law enforcement would be seeing me weekly and calls too. Yeah, I would too. I agree. 2 different spiders on the same day. Wow. What are the chances of that happening? Okay, let's see. I've heard in the past that he drove around the woods and picked up deer antlers. Well, have you guys seen? There's a picture of somebody had taken outside of his home of his truck, and he was pulling a trailer full of antlers. I mean, tons of them. Stephanie, no, nothing really. I mean, nothing big. It wasn't a dart cap. It was a needle sheath that is used to inject the tranquilizer into the darts. And that was about all. Okay. 2 minutes ago, from May 5th to May 9th, 2020, the FBI said they could not get everything off of Barry Morphew's phone that he had deleted. Oh, okay. That answers. The state asked, is it possible if Barry could have been tracking Suzanne? Agent Grusing said yes. That is interesting, Tracy. I don't know what he does with them, but I'm telling you guys, he probably had 100 or more. This was a trailer, like, it wasn't just like your foot tall trailer full of them. This was like, I don't know. I'll try to find the picture so I can show you guys. Actually, I can try to find it right now. Hold on. Gotcha. Is there another picture that has the whole passenger side of? Yes. Let me go try to find some of those pictures. Oh, hey, and apple bottom jeans. Thank you for being here. Oh my gosh, that is crazy, Nikki. Um, Hannah, I'm gonna find it for you right now and try to put it on the screen. Just give me just a second. Let me just check and make sure that there's not. I don't want to miss any updates, so I'm gonna go find it in between. Lauren hasn't. Okay, I'm just gonna go now then. Um. And these were huge. These were not like just your average deer antlers. Um. They were bigger than that. A Google image search is not showing them. Hmm. Maybe if I put horns instead of antlers, I don't know. Yeah, deers actually shed their antlers. I don't know about like some of the, oh, sold them at flea markets. That's interesting. Um, just lack of evidence of your guilt. That's true, Marie. That is really true. $80 a pop. Yeah, I know. Oh, awesome, Lolo. Yeah, he sells them. Okay. I know here in West Virginia we find them all the time in the woods. Deer horns they shed. So, but I'm not able to find it on a simple Google image search. I can find it and pull it up for us if you guys could tell me. Hmm. It was like a photo taken outside of his house. Hold on. Was it the one where he was grilling outside or something? Oh, you guys, I wish I could find them, but hmm. Well, I'll look in between, and if I do, I'll bring them back. Barry's truck is in some of the pictures from the Facebook page. Oh, awesome! Thank you, Shar. You're the best. Thank you so much. Okay. If it's the right ones, I definitely know one of them is Tracy. My page. Suzanne was so mortified. My page. I don't know how to drop like a link. What would I do to my Facebook page? Let's see if I think there was one more besides what I've got here, but let's just look at these quickly and then Yeah, you can post anything, Mystic Firefly. Absolutely. Anybody's channel that yeah, absolutely. Hold on 1 second. I've got to mute to get this photo up. It'll make like a really bad sound. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Um I will. There is one of them with a ton of antlers. Thank you, Shar. You are the absolute best. Thank you so much. And then here's some more in the back of the truck. Um, and yeah, you guys are welcome to post anybody's page that covers this, anything like that. You can always put it right here. Oh my gosh. Yes, you're right, Mystic Firefly. That's exactly. Okay, I dropped my phone that I'm following Twitter on, so hold on. Okay, got it. Allie, can you add me on Facebook? I'm not a troll and will send the pics I found to your group review. Tracy, yeah, absolutely. Can you send me a request? Because I have to, let me check Twitter real quick and see if we're missing any updates. And then I'll go over there and grab it. But it's at Allie Erickson. Hey, Amber. Yeah, it's crazy in Colorado. Truly. Okay, Lauren Sharf. Yep, we missed a couple. Next witness, Derek Graham with the CBI. He has been with them for 2 years. Before that, he worked for Colorado Springs Police Department for 34 years. And then bike helmet found off of Highway 50 between CR 225 and 226. The state is showing photos of where Suzanne Morphew's bike helmet was found to Agent Graham. He only saw photos, not the actual helmet. He said there was no indication of a crash. Good point, Shannon. Yeah, go for it in apple bottom jeans. But you guys, definitely let me know if you do, because I have about 900 requests sitting there. I've had the same Facebook for 10 years, and I have requests. I've like accepted a lot, but I guess I haven't went through all of them, and I don't want to miss it. So if you do, definitely send me a message and I'll check the message request. Okay. Ashley Franco, Agent Grusing steps down from the stand. Next up is Derek Graham, agent with CBI. He's a former CSPD officer, Colorado Springs Police Department officer. Prosecution starts off with Suzanne Morphew's bike helmet found off of Highway 50. Agent Graham is shown pictures of location where the helmet was found. He said it was Suzanne's because it had contact info on the inside for her family. Hey, Amber. And if people think that Suzanne like ran away and she's hiding, not calling, I mean, her dad has that's another thing that kind of frustrates me with that theory. Her father passed away since she's been missing. She didn't get to say goodbye to him. She hasn't talked to her brother, her sister. She hasn't talked to her kids, hasn't talked to her boyfriend. I mean, when people, I don't know, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Because especially with her father passing away. I mean, I feel like she would have at least called him from somewhere, or, I don't know. Let's see if Scott Reich has said anything. No. But he does, like, I do like to read him. That's true, immature eagle. You're absolutely right. But it's just, probably chances are very slim of that happening. But anyways, she was close with her family. I don't believe she would have up and left without contacting. Yeah. So Scott Reich, I'm going to read. We've already went through this, but I do want to read it because they point out different things that are happening in the courtroom. So 11 minutes ago, he says Barry is sitting forward with his arms resting on the table. He still looks relaxed, though. He appears to have written something for a few seconds on a piece of paper and showed to one of the women with his attorneys. There's 3 women with Aiton and Nielsen today. Then he says, needle sheath, in parentheses, tranquilizer gun. Barry says, see, I think this makes me look bad. No wonder people in Chaffee County hate me. This makes me look so bad. This triggers a few groans and eye rolls from the public. See, I just so wish that they were televising this, but okay. No indication of a crash. Lauren Sharf 1 minute ago, now talking about Suzanne Morphew's 2015 Range Rover found in the garage and what was found inside the car. Empty hot tub bottles were found on the floorboard, Camelback on the seat, and purse inside her car. Did you guys have like a hard time when you were turning, I don't know, when you're turning 30, or like I'm turning 32 tomorrow, and 32, like it just sounds like it's not old at all. I know it's not. I know freaking 45-year-old women who are out here looking like 20-year-olds and living their best life. And, 30 is the new 20, truly. But still, even though I know all of that, just like thinking about that, it's gone by so fast. Like, I don't know. It's crazy. It just remember Suzanne's sister saying her sister is very good at keeping secrets. Wonder if she knew of the affair. I don't blame her one bit for looking for some affection. I don't know. I'm wondering if maybe nobody knew. That's what I'm thinking, but I could be totally wrong. I sent you 11 pics from the Facebook page. In the middle is the pics of the pond fill-in. Okay, awesome. Oh, thank you, Tracy. Just wait, at 40, everything starts breaking. Okay, let me do a double check. I am 60. It's a blink and it's whoosh. Oh my gosh, that is so scary, Violet. It's like, I don't know. Wait till you turn 60. I cried for days. It does go by so fast. And I love, like my kids, they're growing up too fast. I don't know. Like, can't they just be little for a little bit longer? I'll be 34 next year. I get the struggle, but I've also had more fun in my 30s so far than I did in my 20s. Well, good. 32 is nothing. I turned 51 this August. My 30s and 40s flew by. Wow. It does fly by. It's crazy. Thank you, Lolo. Well, you know what? It's really, um, see, you did too. It's really not even about like me. Like, it's just about time, and it goes so fast. And next thing you know, your kids, I mean, my son went to middle school this year, you guys. Like, it's awful. It's crazy, but I mean, it's wonderful too. But okay, let me, I don't want to miss this. So, Exhibit 66, photo of Mallory Morphew's bedroom. The bed was stripped. Pillows and comforter were on the ground /bed, and the sheets were found downstairs. That's awesome, Christine. Then Suzanne Morphew's spy pen found in the master bedroom closet that was all female clothes. It was found in a box of bras. A picture of the pen was shown to Agent Graham. I'm in my 40s, and it seems like every year passes quicker than the last. Wow. 35-year-old daughter. I have to tell her she's almost my age. Oh, Woofy, that's okay. I'll talk to you after you get out of work. They grew up so damn fast, and I have 3 sons. As overnight, all 3 were gone. Oh my gosh. And 25 was just yesterday. Huckleberries, cool. Okay, one sec. Let me check, and then I want to grab those photos that Tracy sent, so we can just take a look while we're waiting. What? Hold on. Ashley Franco. 6 minutes ago, agent says during search of her car, they found her camelback she used to take biking, along with her purse that had her ID in it. Now that's interesting. She took the camelback biking. Then, agent says during a search of the home, they found sheets and clothing in the dryer, along with cap for the syringe for the tranquilizer darts. Thanks, Ashley Franco. Okay, I'm going to check Lauren's and then go grab those photos real quick. I don't want us to miss anything, but Lauren says pictures of the laundry room and contents in the dryer, clothing, sheets, a cap for the syringe for a dart were found inside the dryer. Agent Graham is confirming in day 3 of the hearing. I cannot wait to be a grandma, Lolo. That's like my only hope because they're growing up so daggone fast and I can't have any more kids. And I don't, I'm not in the position as far as in many ways. But when I get to be a grandma, then I'll have more babies to love on and stuff. So, my wonderful autistic son and my 4th marriage to my childhood sweetheart. Not necessarily in that order. Well, that's awesome, Christine. You, my dear, can stand tall and proud at 32. You have overcome and accomplished more than some taking a lifetime addiction. Oh, thank you, Sandy. That's so sweet. Thank you. Okay, getting those photos now, Tracy. Okay. After the live, like during the break, I'll go and accept the request and everything and add you. But for now, maybe I can just save these photos real quick. And I don't know. Okay. Some of those photos are to confirm that it's Barry's business, including his contact in his truck. Well, while I show them, would you mind like explaining through in the comments as we're going? That way, because I don't want to, I want to make sure I have the right information. And put us back at Chaffee County Courthouse this morning. Beautiful picture, but and before I have all the photos saved, I want to check before I upload because I don't want us to get behind what's happening. Okay. 59 seconds ago, Lauren Scharf says Agent Graham said there was one box of syringes inside the safe in the garage as well as several darts. Photo of the garage with the safe open is to show to Graham. Barry Morphew's attorney, Iris Eaton, will cross-examine Agent Graham now. Yay. Those defense attorneys, man, they're good, but remember, Troy Skinner was a friend of Barry's who wasn't on Facebook till Barry was arrested, slamming us for blaming Barry. But I never knew. See, I don't do a lot of Facebooking. I do have a group on there, and I will go like to look for something specific, but I'm not on there scrolling through a lot, but I'm going to have to mute. Hold on. Okay. Now here's just a pond. There's a bunch of pictures. And I'll try to upload those in between. That way we don't miss too much. And we'll go through those as well. But so here's the pond that his company did around Mother's Day. This is, correct me if I'm wrong though, please, Tracy. This is before or like during the process. And then this is after. And this is on May 14th is when, they were showing off that it was done. And so, wow, it's interesting. Um, this is the photo she was talking about, that just gave her a weird feeling in her gut. My Facebook group is True Crime Campfire Chat, Suzanne Morphew. I had Troy Skinner and Cody Lambert chatting with us there a lot. Oh, cool. But do y'all wash your sheets with clothes or separate? I do it separate, but yeah, go join her group, please. And I have a group too. It's True Crime with Salt and Lime. It's small, I just sometimes post my videos. People in there post their little TikToks or different things. And my friend Amber will post her videos. CDT, a girl that's in there does a lot of sharing from her TikTok. And it's, only wash my sheets alone. That comment on that last pic is what spooked me big time. Allie, if I email you, would you mind sending the... Yeah, sure. Okay, let me go check the Twitter. Okay. Susan Morphew bike helmet. DNA evidence from the helmet. Barry Morphew's DNA was excluded. Tire casting was done on both Range Rovers and truck and was not a match to where the helmet was found. The defense attorneys are presenting this evidence, but you would think he wouldn't leave his tire tracks. I mean, come on. He was actually listening to forensic files daily in his truck while he was driving. He actually was listening to one particular Forensic Files episode where the person went missing on their bicycle, I can't, hold on. Well, after a long few years, my mother's garden is finally done. From filling the pond in, new fence, brick wall, to level the garden with lights, and paved the full garden. Perfect playground for the kids. That comment, Tracy? That sucks, Mystic Firefly. Well, I'm happy you shared that because when I'm looking for, Suzanne info, I definitely will go there. Yeah, thank you, Tracy. That's interesting, and thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. Okay, let's see if anybody else has anything new. We do. Ashley Franco says the prosecution hands witness over to the defense. Defense says tire castings were taken from the area where her helmet was found. Agent says Barry Morphew's car was excluded from those tracks. Defense also says his DNA was not found on the outside of the helmet. Nothing new from Scott Rice. Nothing new from Jamie Leary. Let's try Carol McKinley. She says, wait, what is she talking about? I hate that because that makes me look bad. But if it's leaking from Chaffee County, greasing is done. Graham is testifying to 3 key places in the Morphew home, which were searched by law enforcement. Daughter Mallory's bedroom, where sheets had been removed and were found in the dryer. The garage, which held the safe with tranquilizer darts. And laundry room, where the dart sheath was found. Why would he be washing Mallory's sheets? Or do you think Mallory did that and left them there? She wasn't there. I don't know. Maybe Suzanne was washing them for her. That makes sense to me. Suzanne doing it. Lolo, a lot of people have worried that that's the case. They haven't said if there was any DNA. They just said Barry's DNA was not there. I agree, Hannah. I've thought the same exact thing. She could be in the wall, or where that woman heard stuff in the middle of the night, or there's just so many. Okay. Nothing new from Lauren Sharf. When I come back after the break, we'll probably have like a 2-hour lunch. And when I come back, I'm going to come on camera. And if any of you guys would like to come on and talk about this, I would love that. So just let me know. The dogs hit there too. And he had Morgan pat the ground down. Yes. And it was so weird because the people that work for him say, he didn't have the equipment we needed. Like, they were even pointing out all the strange things. And they're like, we feel that we're part of a cover up. That's why he had us come down here to do this job, because he didn't even bring the equipment. I mean, I'm sure they'll be testifying at the actual trial if we make it there. Okay. Alex, are his children still standing by their father? Yeah, they are. I mean, unless something's changed from the beginning of August when they were in court, they are. I feel sad for Barry's family too. I feel so sad for all the people involved, and especially the kids. I mean, good Lord, it's just awful. Ouchie. But he's all they have. Yeah, and a lot of people have been way too hard on these girls, for standing by their dad. in my chat, we can't do that. I want to be supportive to those girls. I mean, it's their dad. They 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 love their dad. We all love both of our parents, even if they're not perfect, even if they've done wrong. I mean, most of us, right? And their mom's gone. Well, of course they're going to be. And then their dad, he's telling them, they're setting me up. I didn't do it. I promise, and so I just want to be supportive of them and try to be, yeah. The owners wouldn't let them dig. Yes, and where the dog hit with Andy, like on that little beach, I know that they searched some there, but I don't believe, like, that wall, if you look at it, its shape is just completely different. There's so many places that this could have happened. Personal item discovered here. Let me save this photo and bring it to you guys. And Ashley Franco, which we read that, so that's the latest update. Well, nope. Lauren Sharf, 35 seconds ago. Salada Stove and Spa. Agent Graham said the owners had told him Barry Morphew had been in the store acquiring to get his hot tub fixed on May 9th from 4 to 5:30 p.m. The investigator said that the owner had told them that Morphew didn't buy anything either. And then Ashley Franco, 4 seconds ago, defense talking about sheets from Mallory's bed that were found in the dryer. Defense says Suzanne Morphew had a to-do list on the kitchen counter, and on the list it said Mal's sheets. See, I figured. That makes sense. Yeah, you're right, Christine. Apple bottom jeans, thank you. You guys are awesome in here. You really are. Thank you for being just so kind and not like being cruel to the kids and all of that stuff. Yes, that's what I'm talking about too, Hannah. Exactly. I think that's what I'm talking about, right? The beach it's on like a river, and they've redone the wall on it, and Andy went out there with the dog who hit on the wall. So I always had a weird feeling about that spot. There was just something about it. Hey, you quit being mean to that baby. Yes, they're kittens and they're fighting like crazy. They're I'm fostering these kittens, and then I had one here of my own. He's a little bit bigger, and he doesn't like the ones that are this little gray one, which I'm hoping I'll find a home for him soon. But oh, I love you guys too. You're awesome. Okay, I found this little chart that someone had put on Twitter. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Lolo. Bless your heart too. Can't believe the owners wouldn't let them dig there at the beach. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, they could put it back. So, oh, thank you. Welcome, Melissa. I need to actually post a new members only video. A lot of times, which I'm going to do some new stuff with the membership, but I just do little posts and little videos behind the scenes, like nothing um really about crimes. I mean, I will talk about them, which I did in one of my recent ones, a couple different cases I've covered, but it's kind of just whatever. It's like my little vlog, my little area for vlogging and stuff. I thought that was my 4-year-old daughter making cat sounds. Heather. Next witness, Derek Graham with CBI. He worked for them for 2 years. Before he worked, yep. I thought that's what that meant when I read it out. Colorado Springs Police Department. All these cases in similar areas, because that's where Gannon Stalk, Colorado Springs. Okay. Salada Informer is another one I've been kind of following. Crime Talk with Scott Reich says a lot of repetition going on. Oh, thank you, Tracy. Oh, I'm happy that you're here. So I guess they're not kind of going through all the things that I've already went through before. But you know what? I have went. So someone had commented about profiling or evil earlier, and they have a really cool on their website. They do this really cool thing where it's called story maps, and you can go through these different cases, and they have it just like outlined out so perfectly. I mean, easy to understand, easy to go through. You can see pictures of different things. Like I grabbed a bunch a long time ago when I think it was Robbie was going on Mexi's for a Suzanne Morphew thing. I went and I had been covering the Suzanne Morphew case, and I went and took a bunch of screenshots of profiling evil story maps and stuff and sent it to them because the information was just so good. So if you guys haven't checked that out, you definitely should. Very, very good. It's cool what they're doing over there. So nothing new, I don't think. Hold on. Well, you're part of what makes it amazing, Tracy and Lolo and all of you guys in here. I'm thankful for y'all. You're awesome. Okay. I do have some new ones. Lauren Sharf, 4 minutes ago, says Agent Graham is being asked about Mallory Morphew's shorts in the dryer. Suzanne had a to-do list on the kitchen counter, and one of the items said mouse sheets. Judge just reminded Ayton to keep the cross short because the state only had 15 minutes with Graham. Yes, thank you, Judge. I mean, what if the direct examination is 10 minutes, the cross shouldn't be an hour. Then Lauren says 2 minutes ago, the sheets were taken from the dryer from May 11th to the 15th. It wasn't until May 19th when an investigator found the syringe for a dart. The state is redirecting now. So, hey, they went through this witness really quick, which is good. Really good. Do you guys drink coffee? How many of you guys love coffee and drink it daily? Oh, Plunder is on here. And on Twitter, her name is Paula Neal Mooney, at Paula Neal Mooney. And she also is keeping up with the case. She says that this is reminiscent of Fotis Doulos' trash runs, which is interesting. Yeah, she's really, really doing a good job at keeping up with all of this too on there. He will control the narrative and won't allow shenanigans. Good. I hope so. Me, I'm actually drinking. Oh my gosh, I'm jealous. I need an iced coffee. I haven't had any coffee today. I've had Mellow Yellow, which usually is like my first my first bit of caffeine, but then I like an iced coffee, or sometimes I'll walk over and haven't been drinking coffee as much as usual. because I do drink Mellow Yellow, which has a ton of caffeine, but I'm really wanting some coffee right now. No receipt was found for the hot tub chemicals from Salada Stove and Spa. Inside the dryer, investigators also found khaki-colored shorts that Barry Morphew was wearing on May 9th, according to surveillance photos. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Hey, that's okay, Shar. You just be here when you can. That's you know, and when you want to. Although a diuretic, I don't drink alcohol, hooked on coffee. I knew you guys would love it. So we're on a break. I believe this will be like a 10-minute break though, guys. So I'm going to stay on here. Yeah. Will I read that again? Yeah, absolutely. 1 second. Okay. Lauren Scharf, 1 minute ago. No receipt was found for the hot tub chemicals from Salada Stove and Spa. Inside the dryer, investigators also found khaki-colored shorts that Barry Morphy was wearing on May 9th, according to surveillance photos. Right now. Thank you, Mystic Firefly. And you guys, Mystic Firefly, you can link your Facebook group. Some Energist Kratom is a great coffee alternative. Tim, that's so cool because I have used Kratom many times. Like I'm 5 years clean. I used to be bad on many different opiates and benzos and stuff, and kratom was a part of my process of coming off of all of that. I don't take it now, but kratom is awesome. I'm gonna have to go pee in a second, but it's really nice here today. I was supposed to go to my mom's this week, which not good, but I'm gonna go next week. She lives in the Outer Banks. It'd be so nice to do like court at the beach on her little dock over the water. Y'all hear that airplane? 4 years sober, awesome apple bottom jeans. NT's apple bottom jeans is here. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Proud of you. Apple bootum jeans. So the shorts were in the dryer with the sheets. Yep, they were, and with the sheath to the needle that is used to put the chemicals in the dart. Let's see what Crime Talk has to say. Judge reminds E that her crosses need to be more direct. Wrap it up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. E says, okay, I'll move on. That was his last tweet. Thank you. You know, it's crazy how many people in this chat wouldn't convict him so far. But this isn't to convict him. I should have asked how many people would want to pursue a court date, like a trial, because that's just what this is going to do. Technically, they could say, nope, there's not enough here to move on to a trial. Sorry. I've never seen that happen. Have you guys? Okay, I do know. I didn't see this one, did I? Or, yeah, it was 52 minutes ago from Jamie Leary, who is with CBS Denver. And I think I read, at least I know I read some similar to this. I don't think I read this exact one. Investigator clarifies in dryer it was a needle sheath for a trank dart gun, not a dart cap. He says Barry Morphew said he shoots deer with the trank gun so he can get their horns. says he shot 2 deer just for the horns in April of 2020. They wake up with no horns and run off. Yes, for a trial. There's definitely enough to move on to a trial. Yeah, because when I ask if you would convict, that's a little different because, like, convicting someone for the rest of their life, you would want to have at least some good evidence to show. But, I mean, I think they're showing some evidence. It's all circumstantial, but, well, not all of it, actually. Some of it is actual physical evidence, but not a lot. I mean, the whole dart gun needle situation with the shorts in the dryer and then the videotapes of him going to the trash cans, all of those things are not really, well, I don't know. I guess they could be both. Because we don't know, I don't know, you guys. I don't see it, says Immature Eagle. That's all right. Your opinion, everybody's entitled to their opinion. He did sell the antlers, Violet. Here, let me go to those photos while we're kind of sitting here. He that was this morning. There's some of the antlers, and then there's some more. He said that he sold them at a flea market. I know. I agree. That's what I said. Like, wait, you take their antlers and then just let them go back? Which deer? I don't know why he would do that. They drop theirs. Like, so I don't know, but they drop their horns. Yeah, exactly. They drop them. We've got a couple here right now. Actually, there's one up in my tree that Bentley found just a couple days ago. I'm not sure there is enough to require a trial, honestly, because the defense has easily been able to debunk 80% of the information. The prosecution needs to release some more, if you ask me. Thank you, Gian. Luke, I cannot say your name, but thank you so much for your comment and your opinion. The metadata from the phones and other electronic devices is enough to move forward. Hey, Coda Mini Colors, how are you? Good to see you here. Lots of people buy antlers to grind up for bone meal. Oh, wow. Ooh, carved designs in them. That would be really cool, Tracy. Yeah, I agree, Heather. That's kind of like, there's a couple times that we've seen here 2 bucks with their horns like together fighting, and sometimes they get stuck together and stuff. I agree, Hannibal. Immature Eagle agrees with Gian. What is bone meal? No, you're not being negative. You're just being honest, and that's okay. I think you're being nice. You're being polite. I mean, if you come in here and you were like, you and all your chat, you're a bunch of idiots or something, that would be being negative. You're just telling your opinion. Oh my gosh, Tracy, are you kidding me? That is awful. $80 per rack? Oh, wow. Oh, awesome, Coated Mini Colors. Babies they're full of love. That's one thing that'll make your heart just completely melt. There's a little squishy kiddo, little baby or toddler or little one. I actually posted to my group that I'm hanging in here, so they will likely be dropping in too. Oh, awesome. Did you post your group in here? Because if you didn't, please do. So people that are on Facebook, even I will be checking it out. Because when I'm going to, like, say I'm going to make a video about the case, whatever aspect of it I'm looking into, sometimes I'll look at things that, like, really don't maybe have a ton of relevance to the crime itself, but maybe just one aspect, a deep dive or whatever. I'll always look in the Facebook groups I'm in to see what new information has came out in there. And so, yeah, I think a carved lake scene with trees and a sunset with a baby deer in the field. Oh my gosh. That is so cool. Tracy, I'll send you some if I find any more. You can just have them. I do think tomorrow, if there's a smoking gun, will be interesting. You're doing a wonderful... Oh, thank you, Mystic Firefly. I appreciate that. What is bone meal? Barry is an antler scalper and should be in jail for abuse of animals. Something happened to the volume. Uh-oh. Better now? Oh, I dropped it. Yeah. Accidentally dropped the phone for a second. Just blew in. Crushed bone that has lots of nutrients used for gardening and other applications. Cool. Awesome, Sandy. Okay, y'all, I'm going to go pee real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. I had to move to an area where I can charge both phones. I'm talking on an iPhone 11, but I'm using an old Samsung 9 to access Twitter and stuff while I'm on here. I know I missed a bunch. I had to pee, and then I went and grabbed the chargers and all kinds of stuff. So, Tracy, send Alex a picture of your carving so we can see it. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I'd love to see Tracy. By paying attention to the case of Kristen Smart, I wonder if law enforcement must have evidence Barry Morphew moved Suzanne's remains or relocated her makeshift gravesite to hide evidence. I don't know if he killed that many deer. I feel like when I work with an antler, the deer are providing a media for expression, giving us what they no longer need. Oh, I am saying he did not kill them. I think by the way things were worded that he moved her, buried. Yeah, because one of his charges. Hold on, I gotta find my baby, you guys. One of his charges were trash. Here it is. Had something to do with moving her. Oh, awesome, Mary T. Good luck. I bet it'll look good. Beautiful. It was said that Barry deliberately bought that home as it is on the border of a park so he can wander through that area. Oh, wow. Probably did. Knowing him like we know him. You know what I mean. I also used eggshells and carved them. Oh, cool. Yeah, send some pictures. I love to show them in here. Let me check and see if they're back. I'm going to take a shower and get dressed and try to run and get me like an iced coffee before we come back after lunch. Okay. 17 minutes ago was when Lauren tweeted about the break. And then Ashley Franco, 17 minutes ago. They said it will be 15 minutes, so it should be any second and we'll be back to it. Did Tracy send those? No, not yet. What are these other photos, Tracy, that you had sent? Just jobs that Barry had done? Or... I blow out the raw egg and keep the shell. Then I etch designs in them. Put them through an LED light. Oh, that is so cool. Yeah, she does sound extremely gifted. That's awesome. Is he charged with voter fraud and Yeah, he is charged with voter fraud. Let me look up his charges while we're waiting then. Because and Scott Reich also hasn't commented, so... Barry Morphew charge. First-degree murder and tampering with the human body. But the two new charges were forgery of a public record and election ballot defense. Hold on. Possession of a dangerous weapon was one, about that sawed-off shotgun or rifle. And then attempting to influence a public servant. I forgot about that one. Forgery of a public record and election ballot defense. Confirmed that it's Barry's business with contact info and customers' comments. The comments about a Mother's Day job finally finished upon made me wonder. Okay. Thank you for that. I don't mind to share those, and I will. Maybe I should. Sometimes when I'm sharing from Facebook groups and stuff, I will mark out the names of the people in there. So, hey, Amanda. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. I've missed you so much. We are just waiting right now. Barry's in court, and we're only allowed to get updates from Twitter. So I'm live updating from Twitter, and then they'll take a lunch break in about like an hour and a half probably, and then I'll take a break, and then we'll be back in the afternoon too. Bribery charges. Witnesses may have some good evidence. Yeah, that's interesting for sure. Thank you, Tracy. Okay, let's see. Okay. 1 minute ago, back on the record. New witness takes the stand. Chaffee County Sheriff's Office Under Sheriff Andy Rawrich. He has been the undersheriff for 3 years. He has been a police officer for 23 years. He worked as an animal control officer for 4 years. And then 30 seconds ago, she says Under Sheriff Rawrich was, I cannot pronounce his last name, so I'm just going to say Under Sheriff R, was called while off duty around 8:14 p.m. May 10th of 2020 about Suzanne Morphew and got on scene around 8:52 p.m. Barry Morphew drove to the scene 5 minutes before R got to the scene. Oh, Amanda, I know the feeling, girl. I'm usually the one with all the kids, too. It's awesome, though. I love it. So, kids are easier than adults sometimes. Let's see if anybody else has anything on the record so far. No, for Ashley Franco and Scott Reich. I was a volunteer firefighter, all 129 pounds of me. I can get in a wrecked car with a blanket to soothe the person. Always kept the car apart. Very scared. Amanda, make the kids play outside so the baby can sleep inside. Okay. Greetings from Cape Town, South Africa. Oh, thank you. Well, thank you for being here. And that is so cool, all the way from South Africa. Seems to volunteer for some kind of badge of armor. Hey, Allie, this is the first I've heard about today's hearing. What's been happening in court today? Well, they've kind of went back and forth about this. So it wasn't a tranquilizer dart cap found in the dryer. It was the sheath to the needle, which you use to put the poison in the tranquilizer dart. They've kind of went about that stuff. I wouldn't say there's anything too big that's happened so far. Katie, I hadn't heard of that. Fruitland, Oregon. I'll try to remember and check it out. My daughter has problems with her sciatic nerve. The pool always helps it. Oh, interesting. They're complaining. In Australia and the time difference. That's okay, baked cake. I'll try to fill you in, but there's not really been much that's happened so far. I mean, the chat can let you know if they think anything stood out to them. Okay. Under Sheriff R. Okay, this is Lauren Scharf. She says, Under Sheriff R is looking at photos taken of Barry Morphew's truck, describing the cab of the truck as dirty, dusty, clutter with some clothes and his bag he had taken to Broomfield. Ashley Franco says, We are back from break. Under Sheriff with Chaffee County is on the stand now discussing the moments he was pulled into the investigation. Jamie Leary isn't there. Crime Talk hasn't Well, she might be there, but she's not commenting. Crime Talk hasn't commented. Carol McKinley said 3 minutes ago, Chaffee County Undersheriff Andy R., next witness, explains he got the report of a missing woman on May 10th of 2020. He was off duty and arrived at 8:52 on the scene. Barry Morphew had arrived 5 minutes before. Law enforcement seized the truck right away. It was cluttered inside. Is that significant that it was the sheath? I don't think so, Baked Cake. I mean, the defense really wanted to make that clear, but to me, it doesn't really make a difference. Oh, another interesting thing. So that was in the dryer with his daughter's sheets, but Suzanne had a to-do list with the sheets on there. But also, Barry Morphew's shorts, khaki shorts that he wore that day, May 9th, were in the dryer as well. Or that he wore on May 9th were in the dryer. Hey, Gemini Vibes. I hope you're having a good day too. She has a healing mind for sure. This is my last day as a 31-year-old, so I'm celebrating with you guys. To be the biggest news so far today. If those were the shorts he was wearing in the CCTV, then Suzanne likely didn't do the laundry. Yeah, I agree. Or what if he just washed his shorts by themselves, or maybe didn't even wash them, just threw them in there to disinfect or sand, because the heat, it gets so hot, and the sheets were already in there and he was too lazy to take them out. Okay, 40 seconds ago, Lauren Sharf says, now looking at photos taken from Suzanne Morphew's Range Rover. Under Sheriff R is looking at photos of her purse and the contents: medical card, driver's license, credit cards, cash. He is saying that she would need ID to get anywhere in the country or out of the country. You're welcome, Baked Cake. Wonder if all the shirts on the hotel video changes. I don't know. I was thinking of that too when they said that he was seen in the surveillance in those shorts. Interesting. See if Alexa will find you. Why didn't they do all this? Yeah, Lolo, the Chris Watts. That's because their investigation was just so not good. They could have done such a better job there, but whatever. We are 8 hours ahead in time in South Africa, so having another late night. Aw. Well, the second part, Charmaine, you can just watch when you get up. It'll give you something to watch in the morning. Yeah, really, Shannon. That's what we all are wondering. Okay, let's check other people. Ashley Franco says he's talking about, from KKTV, says he's talking about when they found Suzanne Morphew's wallet in her car. He says it's significant she left her ID and cash, because if she was leaving on her own, she would likely take it. Well, you wouldn't think she would leave any cash behind. I mean, I don't know. Barry had a huge focus on cleaning all trace evidence. Yep. Good luck finding a way to get to South America during a complete no-travel pandemic lockdown. Okay. Crime Talk. Oh, okay. They have an update. Search of Crime Talk with Scott Reich, which I love their updates because they point out things that these other reporters aren't necessarily pointing out. Lauren Sharf does it some too, like the body language of Barry and family and, etc. So 50 seconds ago, Crime Talk says, search of Morphew house, door frame in master bedroom. R, under sheriff said he saw damage to the door frame immediately. A crack in the door frame, typically caused when a door frame is broken into from the outside, from the master bedroom. Oh, that's interesting. Sounds like they said it was a pair of khaki shorts. Nobody said they were the khaki shorts that he was wearing. Yeah, they did actually say that in the tweet I read off. Hold on. I will find that just a second. That actually was in the tweet, like, exactly. And I'm going to find it right now for you. Hold on. And then Lauren Sharf, which is where I'm looking for that, but she did 1 minute ago say, Under Sheriff R also mentioned that Suzanne's medical card would be needed for her scheduled maintenance treatment on May 10th. That was left inside her purse in her car. Now, Lauren Sharf says 31 minutes ago, no receipt was found for the hot tub chemicals from Salida Stove and Spa. Inside the dryer, investigators also found khaki-colored shorts that Barry Morphy was wearing on May 9th, according to surveillance photos. Probably because they were able to get CW. Yeah, Hannah, you're right. Once he pled guilty, they probably, they didn't have to prove as much. Mine was kicked in and the door jamb cracked at the location of the doorknob. And proven before they stopped everything. I agree. Hello, Melissa. See, I wasn't jumping to conclusions there, immature eagle. That was exactly what I said was what came in the tweet from the courtroom. So Ashley Franco from KKTV says, Undersheriff says as they searched the home, they noticed that the door to the master bedroom had a crack in it, which he says is consistent with forced entry. He says they also found a .22 caliber unspent shell next to the side of the bed Suzanne Morphew slept on. No, immature eagle, the lawyer said that. Lauren said, I'm going to read it one more time. Inside the dryer, investigators also found khaki-colored shorts that Barry Morphew was wearing on May 9th, according to surveillance photos. They are saying it's the same shorts, which, he could have two pair of the exact same shorts or something, I don't know, but baked cake, it does actually look like Suzanne did try to lock her. That's what they're now that this is what I'm sure, it could be from anything, the crack in the door, but the prosecution, yes, is trying to say that the door had been broken into as if she was, locked herself in there. Lauren Sharf says, Chaffee County Sheriff said the door frame of the master bedroom looked like there had been a forced entry from outside of the room. He also mentioned a .22 caliber unspent shell found on Suzanne's side of the bed. Under Sheriff Agent Graham has spoken with the previous owners and they told CBI that it wasn't there when they moved, as in the crack in the door. The undersheriff said this according to Agent Graham's interview of the previous owners. Immature eagle, I told you. I admit when I'm biased and when I'm, but this is like coming straight from the courtroom, not coming from me. Thank you, Mystic Firefly. So that is who's on the stand right now that I'm calling Under Sheriff Andy R. because his last name is a little, hard for me to pronounce. Lauren is reporting what is being said by the lawyers and the judge in the court. That's it. Clearly, Barry was washing. Yes, Bake Cake, I agree. But Barry was washing potential evidence from his clothes. Thank you, Jennifer. When my door was kicked in, it was locked. I'll say, oh, awesome, Tracy. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I have so much adrenaline right now because they are actually, we were saying we hope they'll give us more evidence because so far what we've got just really isn't that much. And now it seems that we might get some more. It's Ashley Franco hasn't said anything. Jamie Leary said 3 minutes ago, under sheriff on the stand, says he found signs of forced entry and unspent .22 caliber next to the bedside. And then Crime Talk says 7 minutes ago, search of Morphew house, door frame and master bedroom. R, undersheriff, said he saw damage to the doorframe immediately, a crack in the doorframe, typically caused when a doorframe is broken into from the outside. Okay, Tracy sent those photos of like the way her door cracked when it was kicked in. And I'm saving those. And we can take a look at it just quickly. Hold on, I have to mute this. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I gotta go way back. Don't want to miss anything. My husband has kicked down 2 different doors when I ran in the room and locked the door to get away. Sounds like Barry has huge anger issues. Wow, Shannon. Thank you for sharing that, and I'm sorry. I've been with men with anger issues too. And good morning, Angie. Angie, I'm going to try. If I have time in between the 2 court dates today, if not tomorrow, I want to go and mail that stuff to you. So I'm really looking forward to doing that. The judge was very clear that they will not be given more than these 2 days for the preliminary hearing. Absolutely, Baked Cake. And they didn't, I don't know. There's a lot of people who are not convinced. You should have been here earlier when I did a poll. It was, mostly people who would not think he was guilty. A vertical crack. That's how mine was. So I have pictures. Tracy, her door was booted in by a man about Barry's statue. It was locked and he booted it in. So this is kind of what her door looked like after. And there's a view from the outside and then the inside. So this was from the outside, of the room that was kicked in. And then this was from the other side. And thank you for sharing that, Tracy. It just gives us a little bit more visual, which is always good. And then, we have from the home to where the bike was, or the personal item that was found, actually. And then we have, which was the helmet. And then there's the courthouse this morning today. So I feel so blessed having never had a boyfriend kick in a door. Yeah. Do not worry about the mess, Tracy. We weren't looking at that. When you echoed, I was scared aliens got you. That's so funny. Yeah, it definitely sounded kind of like that. Okay, let me check and see what. Wow, that was forced. Here, let's go back to it for a minute. You guys can get another look at it from the outside while I look. Okay, so we have a few new things. Lauren Scharf, 4 minutes ago. Investigators were told to find 3 books that Suzanne Morphew would have been together in the home. That Suzanne Morphew would have been together in the home. They found a Bible, Alcohol Anonymous book, but no journal. In the fireplace, investigators are describing pieces of material that could have been a journal burned. The undersheriff is describing what else was found in the fireplace. Piece of wood, mostly burnt, papers. There was also a bundle of firewood next to the fireplace, untouched. Then she said, "We are about to watch Exhibit 94, which is body cam video of Barry Morphew entering the home, identifying the clothes of Suzanne Morphew. This is the one and only time he was allowed into the home after Suzanne was reported missing." Oh my gosh. So 3 books that she always had together: Bible, AA book, and her journal. The Bible and the AA book were found, and the journal has not been found, but there were pieces of paper in the fireplace that had been burned. And this is the other side of that door. And let me go see if anyone else has, talked about the books. So Ashley Franco from KKTV says, Undersheriff says, while they were searching, they found several books, including Suzanne Morphew's Bible, but they could not find her journal. Crime Talk says, State asked R about the fireplace in the Morphew house. Firewood was filled up, not used. There was paper material, wrapping paper, pieces not completely burned. Metal from folders in a file cabinet were found. Also, binding was also found. Suzanne's journal was never found. So there was paper material, wrapping paper, pieces not completely burned, metal from folders in a file cabinet were found. A binding was also found, so like the middle of a book, but her journal was never found. That is incriminating, Hannah. That is awesome. And I bet you her affair was mentioned in the journal, and her probably saying she wanted a divorce and stuff, Carol McKinley, let's see if she's said anything about this. She says, lots going on. Searches of the home found a live unspent .22 caliber shell. Her Bible and AA book in the sitting room next to the master bedroom. Her journal was missing, but some materials consistent with the journal found in the fireplace. So she would not burn her journal before her getaway. Now, you guys that get on to me for being biased and stuff, like I said, the court hasn't proven much. But in my opinion, I mean, come on. You can see that this woman, I don't know. Just let me stop, y'all. Let me stop. I wish I could see the remnants too. I am so sad for all these ladies who have been traumatized by an angry spouse. We are in a club nobody wants to join. That's pitiful. I'm so sad for that too. Okay. We are about to watch Exhibit 94, which is body cam. I've already read this, but I'm going to read it again because it's a thread. Body cam video of Barry Morphew entering the home identifying the clothes of Suzanne. This is the one and only time he was allowed into the home after she was reported missing. The video starts on May 10th at 9:37 p.m. He starts in the driveway and walks down to the home with a deputy. Barry Morphew is wearing a long-sleeve red and blue flannel. This is the first time we are watching video of inside the Morphew home. He heads into the home and takes a left into a closet and points to clothing. Then Barry is seen going to the kitchen to get a Ziploc bag. Maybe Suzanne burned those things. Yeah, but why would she burning her plans to disappear? I mean, I hear you there, and it's totally possible, but it doesn't seem probable to me because why wouldn't she just take her journal with her, and her Bible and her AA book? These books that were, precious to her. You know what I mean? It's possible, yes, but is it probable, likely? I don't know. In my opinion. And you guys are so obviously welcome to yours. And I love that you're sitting here, telling us your opinion because we should hear, from all sides. But let's see. Where are you getting the pics, Sally? I'm not able to see them. Oh, these pics of the door. This isn't of Suzanne's door. This is of someone in the chat who has had her door kicked in. Her name is Tracy, and she's just showing us what it looked like. We are not able to see the pics they're showing in court today, which sucks, but hopefully soon we will. Where are you getting the pics? Agreed. Betrayal plus. Thank you, Cassie. Hey, Immature Eagle, you are absolutely welcome to put your opinion in here too, and we can debate it and talk about it and all of that, as long as we're nice to each other. Journals typically have a small date space in the sheet corner. They may be able to use forensics to confirm the paper or possibly even the manufacturer. Suzanne would never leave them. In her bag with ID, etc., less likely. Agree. She had 2 daughters she loved very much and would never leave them behind. Okay. Ashley Franco says body cam being played from May 10th around 9:40 p.m. of Barry Morphew of Barry Morphew taking officers inside Morphew home to get something of Suzanne to give to search dogs. He says shorts were taken. Oh, baked cake. I'm sorry you guys went through that. And you know what, Juanita? I don't know. I mean, we've heard Barry saying she had drunk eyes, like in the last court at the beginning of August. But has anyone else heard anything about Suzanne drinking or... I don't know. Okay, so Lauren Scharf says Barry Morphew had pointed to black bicycle shorts, which they put in a Ziploc bag. The undersheriff also said there were riding gloves wadded up on the floor. Morphew is escorted out of the home. He was in the home from 9:37 p.m. until 9:40 p.m. So she didn't have her riding gloves with her either on her, bicycle ride. The undersheriff said this was the first time Barry Morphew is able to go into the home. He is not asking any questions or looking around in the home. He isn't trying to call Suzanne Morphew's phone. The last place he saw her alive, and isn't asking questions or looking at the bed. That's from Twitter. I'm not saying that. All that is from Twitter. I don't know, Shannon. It's interesting because, um, wait a minute. They called it an Al Anon book. So maybe it was a support book. Yeah. Okay, baked cake. Yeah, they said Al Anon, but she spaced it out in her tweet to make it look so it looked like she had shortened Alcoholics Anonymous. So she Al Anon is a support group for people who love someone who is an alcoholic. So it was an okay. I was thinking because the way it was typed up in the tweet was Al, like it was an AA book, but it was an Al Anon, which is one word, and kind of like Naranon, which is a group for people who love someone who's addicted to narcotics. Okay. Awesome. And yeah, though he did say she had drunk eyes, but Lauren Schaefer and them said that she looked fine. She looked beautiful. You know, she didn't look. In her medicine, she would never risk her health. Sorry, y'all, popping my knuckles. After going through cancer prior to this. I know, Tracy, it's a mess. Alan on here is alcoholics. Okay, so that's how it was written, Tracy, Al Anon. But there's actually, if you take that space away, there's actually a support group named Al Anon. And that is for family members who go to AA. And I would think that they would shorten it to AA or do it I'm thinking that they're meaning the support group. So, I don't know. Her dad wasn't an alcoholic and she had been going to support group to repair. Oh, okay, Catherine, thank you. So, yeah, it was a support group for people who loved, so it was Al Anon. It was very confusing the way that was written, though, but I'm sure, most people don't even know that support group exists, so they might have heard that and just thought. Yes, Nadia, I know AA is different from Al Anon. AA is for the person who is drinking. Al Anon is for the family members and loved ones and stuff who want to learn how to support that person in the correct way. And also the struggles and stuff that you go through just loving someone who has those issues, because it's really hard for the family. I've never been, but I wanted to go. But I learned all about it in rehab. Here, AA is Alcohol Anonymous. Yes, Jane Doe. That's how it, you're right. In Canada, we have family support groups, but not sure if they have a different acronym. Interesting, Tracy. Thank you. It was said that Suzanne and her mom had gone to Al Anon together. Okay. Yep. Lucy Pearl Tops is yeah. And then if you have someone who is, and addicted to narcotics, they have a group called Naranon. And, I would definitely recommend anybody going through that to check those out, because people say they're incredibly helpful. NA, I liked it a lot. It's not my route, like the steps and everything, although I think all the steps are important and need to be like, I don't know. It just wasn't the exact route I went in. Okay, I'm going to Lauren's Hannah. Let's see, 09326. Okay. The state is asking the undersheriff about hunting, asking if he knows when elk shed their antlers. Undersheriff R said they typically shed their antlers before March and that bulls and cows aren't typically together in May. Undersheriff R is now talking about tranquilizer darts and guns. He has used them for 4 years, explaining how you use them, putting the solution in the dart and then put it in the gun. He used them for vicious dogs when he was an animal control officer. Jane Doe, that makes so much sense because when you love an addict, you know, you're taking care of them all the time, dealing with their stuff all the time. It's okay. Ashley Franco said Undersheriff says Barry Morphy never asked questions when they were in the house for the first time since Suzanne went missing. He says it's notable that Barry didn't try to call Suzanne. He didn't ask questions. He didn't look at the bed, which is the last place he saw her, which is, you know, very similar to Lauren's tweet on that. Nothing from Jamie. Nothing from Crime Talk. Carol McKinley. Okay. It was for the relationship with her father. Thank you, Juanita. I've had both issues. Baked Cake, you are a strong woman. I know that then because it's some tough stuff to go through. So it's a good thing they don't have preliminary trials like this every day. I know. Like, I'm thankful today I have some help with, I don't have to take care of Bentley and do this at the same time. But yeah, because it's like all you want to focus on all day. Okay, I have some stuff. So after this is Lauren Scharf, and it's the same thread talking about, you know, the officer was explaining how he used these guns when he worked for animal control. Then she says, he said that more times than not, he would have to chase after the dog after shooting it with a tranquilizer dart. Sometimes the dogs would be found in people's yards later, and he would be called. He would also catch cats. Baked Cake, you know what? A lot of people do have those codependency issues with, like, along with their addictions. Um, I know a lot of people that do. I honestly was just talking about this with someone in my life who was going through some stuff. There are great resources for people who need support to overcome addiction because they offer you a fellow member for support and understanding. Yeah, absolutely. And you need support. Like, if you don't have a strong family and you are an addict, you need support. You reach out to some of these online groups. Reach out to me. I'll help you find whatever you need to find, and I'll talk to you. I mean, I know I was blessed to have wonderful parents, but so about the bulls and cows, they're just talking about the horns. I can go back to that though while we wait for a new tweet. Tranquilizer date takes a while to work. Yes, Wolfie, we are, and we're going to be live for a few hours later too, because they're in court all day. If I wasn't live, I'd be doing this exact same thing, but having to take screenshots and edit them and edit it into a video to upload it. Because I want to know what's happening, and I want you guys to know. Okay, so I'll go back to the I'll read from the top. Lauren Scharf has a thread, which just got a new tweet underneath it. So, the state is asking the undersheriff about hunting, asking if he knows when elk shed their antlers. Undersheriff R said they typically shed their antlers before March and that bulls and cows aren't typically together in May. He said that more times than not, he would have to chase after the dog after shooting it with a tranquilizer dart. Sometimes the dogs would be found in people's yards later, and he would be called. He would also catch cats. Then the new tweet is the undersheriff said deer would absolutely run off. Didn't find any animal in the home that their antlers had been cut off. There were antlers in the home, but no cut antlers. So they're saying, you know, Barry said that he used the dart to get antlers off of a deer. They're saying all the antlers we found came off naturally. He uses tranquilizers to drop a deer, so it will take effect quickly on a woman of Suzanne's stature. Yeah, you're probably right. Lucy Pearl Tops, that's funny. Or you can just come and leave a comment underneath, or later on, because we'll be talking about this as it happens, because hopefully after this we have more court dates to follow. Thank you, Tracy. That's awesome. I'm glad. No, I don't think on the way. I don't know. I don't think he sold them all on the way. They can tell if the antler was dropped naturally or cut. But I'm just like you guys. I want to know what's happening as it happens. And when I've watched other people do this, or followed it along with Twitter myself. Okay, Exhibit 85 through 87. This is from Lauren Scharf. Photos of Barry Morphew, hands and arm with injuries. According to Under Sheriff R, upper left arm looks like there are fingernail injuries. 3 abrasions or cuts scabbing over. Outside of his hands were injuries in various stages of healing. So he had scratch marks on his arms. Tracy, but law enforcement is giving Barry a run for his money. Oh my gosh. Yes, I remember those barbecue, the photos of him outside. I think Tyson saw those. I remember when I need to go back and watch that where Tyson recorded him in that conversation. Because I cannot, it's been a long time. Thank you, Hannah, so much. I appreciate that. Defensive wounds. Barry actually looks like my ex-husband. I was married for 7 months to a psychopath who looks a lot like Barry. When I saw his plea on TV, I froze. Wow. That's crazy. I bet you did. That would be like, ugh, this craziest sick feeling inside. Because even me just looking at him makes me feel sick, much less if he looked similar to a abusive person from my past. Is it not on his channel anymore, Woofy? Not yet. Tyson did. He drove out there and ran into Barry and actually talked to him, had a conversation with him, not long after this happened. And that's what Woofy said, Mystic Firefly, my mod, that Tyson pointed that out too. And okay, thank you, Woofy. Yes, they are pretty distinct. Oh my gosh, you guys, that's crazy. Okay, now turning to May 13th. This is from Ashley Franco at KKTV. Under Sheriff says photos of Barry Morphew were taken. They included some injuries on his hands in various stages of healing, and on his left arm, just below his shoulder, there are 3 fingernail marks. That just makes me sick to death to hear, like, thinking about her fighting him. Oh, Woofy, can you link it here, please, please, please? Hey, MM. That's funny, Tracy. And that's cool that he's a judge now. Oh my gosh, that just makes me sick to my stomach. And like my heart dropped. Like just thinking of that is just awful. Okay. Exhibit 88 through 92. This is Lauren Sharf. Surveillance photos from Highway 50 at a Shell gas station, Salada Auto Sales, and home near DSI. Whatever that means. Thank you, Woofy. If you guys want to see Tyson's video, I'm going to go back and watch it after. But my mod linked it right there, so you can just click on that and see what they're talking about. I watched it forever ago and don't remember much about it, so I have to go back. I haven't heard anything about a smartwatch. I don't think. Do you guys know in the chat? Okay. Let me see if there's anything else. Like, I'm so interested in this stuff, so it's fun for me to do this, but like, it's an emotional roller coaster. You like, I could cry right now. It's so sad to think about, It's awful. Let's see if Scott Reich has anything about that, which I'm hoping that he does, and no. Carol McKinley did 5 minutes ago say on May 13th, 2020, Barry Morphew was photographed for injuries. Photos show various injuries in various stages of healing to the outside of his left and right hand, and one on the arm below his left shoulder looked like fingernail injuries. Yes, Suzanne had one. Maybe they were talking about that in the first part? My brain is just not working right now. In the first part of the hearing. So afraid. I cried so many times in fear with this. Lawyer, protect me. Well, I'm just happy that's in the past, Tracy. And same for baked cake, and hoping anybody else in an abusive relationship can get the help they need. Reach out to somebody. Keep a journal, and make sure you, not only just for your feelings and emotions and stuff, but journal when these things happen. When, if you're going through any kind, even a custody thing, you need to be writing down what happens and when. Hannah, I don't know which one you mean. I was reading, the last one was the Carol McKinley, and then I got some of it from Lauren Sharf and some of it from Ashley. Hold on, let's see. Ashley Franco from KKTV, Lauren Sharf, and then Carol McKinley. Because without blood or fluid or a body, a heart rhythm ending could be smoking gun if she had a smartwatch on. They haven't found, I don't think they've found anything like that. Have they? And plus, if she had it on, unless he took it off of her, wherever she's. This is live now, Miss Marley. About the scratches on Barry Morphew. All of them wrote about it. Lauren Sharf has a thing on it. Ashley, so Lauren Sharf, I can reread it. It says, and actually she has a new one. So Lauren Sharf, 8 minutes ago, says exhibits 85 through 87. Photos of Barry Morphew's hands and arm with injuries. According to our upper left arm, looks like there are 3 fingernail injuries, 3 abrasions or cuts scabbing over. Outside of his hands were injuries in various stages of healing. Exhibit 88 through 92. Surveillance photos from Highway 50 at a Shell gas station. And then 1 minute ago, On 1:51 p.m. on May 9th of 2020, the photo shows Barry Morphew pulling his bobcat into DSI. He was wearing a blue t-shirt and khaki shorts. Kashis, I wish I knew how to say that because we've been talking for hours, but I need to see the pictures of the scratches, but that could possibly be the strongest evidence so far. That's crazy. So Alvin and the Chipmunks attacked Barry. That's really interesting. Tracy, I'm a DV survivor as well. I got help from Women's Resource Center. It's going to be 5 years since I left. Oh, I'm so happy that you got out of there too. Wow, it's crazy how common this is. I mean, how many people in here have gone through that? It's just awful. Okay, at 2:30, Lauren Sharp, 59 seconds ago, at 2:32 p.m., Barry Morphew is seen in his truck on surveillance passing the Shell gas station, which is east of Salida Spa and Stove. The truck wasn't seen again until 5:14 a.m. heading east. That's interesting that the scratches are probably the strongest evidence so far, in your opinion. I don't know. I think it's one of the strongest at the very least. It's pretty crazy. See, and we still have a day and a half. We don't know what else. I will read that again, but it's actually, I'm hoping that it's followed up by another tweet. Wolfie says the trash runs for her. Okay. It is followed up with a tweet. So, at 2:32 p.m., Barry is seen in his truck on surveillance passing the Shell gas station, which is east of Salida Spa and Stove. The truck wasn't seen again until 5:14 a.m. heading east. Undersheriff is saying that Barry Morphew turned around at the Garfield mine after leaving the home Sunday morning. So, wish they could get surveillance of arms days prior to her disappearance. I know, Catherine, that'd be pretty cool. If they could get him on camera without the injuries, and then right after she disappears, he has them, that'd be even better. But I wonder, because an expert would be able to tell the state of healing those scratches were in. It was on May 13th, so 3 to 4 days later. Tracy, Donwell's sister Jeannie is my hero. If you get a chance, check out Chris. Was that last night or was that post? I need to watch his new videos. I haven't seen his last couple. I actually do cover some of that case and what's been happening on his channel, but I haven't got to see the new ones. Barry probably needs to change his underwear. I'm hearing all these details about the scratches. Let's see if they have anything else. Lauren, her last one is about that mine. Ashley Franco. Jamie Leary is one that I cover. I'll just read them out to you guys so you can check yourselves. I'm congested, y'all. I'm sorry. Crime Talk with Scott Reich is another one. He has not commented. Carol McKinley. Mark Salinger, which I don't think he's there today. And then there's still Shelly Bradbury, which she doesn't seem to be there either. She did a lot. When there was a lot, I don't know, the more the merrier, because they all say different things. So Jeannie, Dawn's sister victim, is a survivor, and I believe her efforts will start an evolution. It was last night, and it's amazing. Awesome. Well, I'll go check it out. It was, hold on, and I'll go back to it. So 1 minute ago, Lauren Sharp, okay, she's the one who commented it. The Garfield Mine. That Garfield Mine. That was 3 minutes ago. Then 1 minute ago, Lauren says Exhibit 93 and 94. Pictures of Suzanne Morphy's bike found off of CR 225. Scott Banks was interviewed and is a bike mechanic. He had put new tires on Suzanne's bike on May 7th of 2020. So right before she went missing. I was so afraid, and she broke the cycle of abuse. She sacrificed herself to find Summer. She's my hero. That's awesome, Tracy. Yeah, my whole thing with that, I don't know. I think that Dawn was not being like intentionally dishonest, saying like Chris tricked me or he's changing things, or, I think that Chris, though, is trying to find Summer, and he's being honest and trying his best too. I don't know if I'm trying to look at like the best side of everyone, but I think that with the channel, I have a little responsibility to be careful about, blaming the parents or whatever without the police saying anything. So I'd be more careful if I talk to someone privately. My, opinion may be a little more detailed and stuff. As far as publicly, and just honestly and truly, my opinion changes every single day about that case. But I am happy that Jeannie was able to find a place where she could talk, and I haven't watched it yet, which I'm excited. You guys make it seem really good. But it's awesome that she found a place to, talk and get her story out. Every woman deserves that. And can you imagine how hard that is? Like, I don't know. And he's, this is the one that he's clearly admitted to. I hope that there's no victim bashing happening with her, because that's the woman's worst fear when you come forward, is that people are going to, I don't know. I'll quit talking about it. Let me look and see if we have any updates. Okay. 38 seconds ago, Ashley Franco from KKTV. Undersheriff says Suzanne Morphew got new wheels on her bike on May 7th. When the bike was found, the handles were turned almost 180 degrees. Bike expert told deputies that happens when someone pushes the bike. He said there wasn't any sign of a crash. So a bicycle expert says that the handles were turned in a way that this happens when someone pushes the bike, but there were no signs of a crash. You guys are making me really, really want to. Who is AK and Gonzo? I'm not sure. You guys are making me want to go watch that video. I can't wait to see it. BM is stew meat. Nadia. Okay. Lauren Sharf 2 seconds ago. Handlebars were twisted 180 degrees. Can be called ghost riding. This is seen with kids when they push a bike. When they push a bike, the tires want to turn. If the bike had been wrecked, the mechanic said the handlebars and bike seat would not be centered, but that wasn't the case here. Would not be centered, but that wasn't the case here. So I'll read that again. Are those the people? I know those names are so familiar. But anyways, I'm going to read that one last time. Handlebars were twisted 180 degrees. Can be called ghost riding. This is seen with kids when they push a bike, the tires want to turn. Her punctuation just has me off a little bit reading. I'm sorry. This can be seen when they push a bike. The tires want to turn. If the bike had been wrecked, the mechanic said the handlebars and bike seat would not be centered, but that wasn't the case here. Okay. We already had that same update from Ashley Franco. I wish that Crime Talk was updating us too, because they just notice different details. They are the guys searching on the ground. My boots on the ground. Are they from a YouTube channel? Yes, Shannon, you're right. Evidence on her bike that there was not an accident. They're saying an expert is saying, which I hope they bring him to the trial, and I would think they would, is saying that this bike is not showing signs of an accident. It's actually showing signs of being pushed. That's so cool, Mystic Firefly. You guys want to know something? So, TikTok is where I started, and I have, a lot larger audience there, but I haven't been doing the videos there as much because I love the live chats, which I could do there. I just never have. I just love the like interaction on YouTube and stuff, and it's just TikTok it's different. But anyways, my very first video ever was on Suzanne Morphew. So that's interesting. Nothing else. His chipmunk hunting and deer scalping shows his disregard of life. One thing to hunt for food, another to entirely hunt for fun. I'm also staying very balanced about Summer's case. I love Chris, but I also love Sharon, Mr. Sharon. I support them wanting to advocate and also start to stop the toxicity. Hey, you should be able to do that, Baked Cake. Like, you should be able to, as a viewer, watch and love and enjoy people of all sides of an argument, right? Unless they're just like downright nasty. But I think that's great. It keeps your mind open and stuff. See, for me, I think a lot of the reason, like, I think I would look at it a lot differently if I wasn't like on here broadcasting to people, like with a responsibility behind that. And when the police have even said, everyone's a suspect still, and they haven't clearly stated that the parents are suspects, but they're still saying, everyone is. I think we just need to keep an open mind. And that 3D drive that AK did was pretty cool. Will Jeff be called as a witness? I would think so. Would have multiple pair of khakis. I agree with you there, L. Gallagher. Oh, that's so cool. Can you guys share their channels with me? And actually, could you put it in the comments, not in the live chat, but the comments under the video so I can easily get it? Because I want to check them out. I'm a very open-minded person. Thank you, Shannon. Did you see this? There's a new sign hanging in the courtroom. Yes, I did see that. Thank you, Hannah, for sharing. So I'm assuming they're talking about Barry and his family. I don't know, really, because that's the only people we've heard were talking to the defendant. But Shar, we'll probably be ending this like really soon. I would think they'll go to lunch soon. Because the seat was still centered, and they said something about the handlebars were turned like 180 degrees, and that happens when you push a bike. Okay, Woofy, let me check you. So Woofy grabbed a picture for me from one of Barry's injuries that Tyson noticed. Now this isn't the fingernail, but this is like these kind of injuries are exactly what would happen if you were using a knife to, cut anything up, an animal or anything. But I do want to show you because it's interesting. Thank you, Woofy. You're the best. Thank you so much. Let me check and make sure we're not behind on tweets, and then I'll upload it. Okay, so Eaton is now cross-examining Under Sheriff R. She is asking if Barry Morphew followed the deputy task when he entered the home. He agreed he followed the directions to go into the home and find a place where she is wearing something and points out Suzanne's clothing. Attorney E is reminding the undersheriff that Barry Morphew, when he was first contacted by deputies, that he was very emotional. Word for word, Attorney E is reminding the undersheriff that Barry Morphew, when he was first contacted by deputies, that he was very emotional. Okay. Gotta go, and I'll be back for part 2. Thank you, Lola. Thank you for coming so much. I appreciate it, and I'll see you later this afternoon. We'll have a couple hours break, I think, if they do it the way they did the first 2 days. I'm going to mute 1 second. Okay. Baked cake. I agree. I love that. And Nadia, no, I believe the neighbor was who called the police. Let me show you guys this injury to his hand. A lot of times, they're looking for these kind of injuries if they're thinking maybe they were using a knife of some sort, or any defensive wounds for that matter, but specifically, knife wounds. Like, a lot of times and if you guys watch Dexter, we were talking about earlier, when he's hunting down like one of, and I know it's just TV, but just for instance, he's like looking for, this specific serial killer. And it's one of the things I've seen him point out, like, hey, he has knife wounds on his hands. This can sometimes happen when a knife gets slippery with blood, or just different things, so I'm not saying that's what happened here. I'm just saying it is, this is one of the wounds they were talking about, and it's not the fingernail marks, but it's still relevant. So if you can see on his left hand, right under the thumb, there's like a slice right there. I'm curious if he's right or left-handed. And I'm going to remove your comment, although baked cake, I agree. I think that's important to put up there. We have to stop treating each other so badly, and stop this side, that side, all that stuff. We're a bunch of adults who are here coming together to help people, victims, families, so let's just stop the nonsense. Well, I'm asking because, say like he's right-handed, and he would have, if you're thinking of an injury of like a knife that slips out of the hand or something, which is often, he would need to be left-handed. It doesn't matter though, because he could, you use both of your hands though, Woofy, so you don't understand. But yeah, that's interesting. He's pretty buff too. He does not look that strong anymore, in my opinion. He just doesn't. Looks like that on the middle finger too. Thank you for getting that, Woofy. That's awesome. Okay, let's check. Okay, Lauren Sharf 2 minutes ago. They're now speaking about prescription drugs found in the Morphew home and Walmart surveillance on May 6th at 12:30 p.m. of Suzanne picking up a white paper bag at the pharmacy, but none found in the home for that date. Now talking about the 2:03 p.m. sunbathing photo Suzanne sent to Jeff Libler on May 9th. The bikini was found in the master closet with other bathing suits. There was no blood on the bikini or tears, according to the defense. It was said that Larry, or that Barry, Larry, he's a left-hand batter. Oh my gosh. You're right, Lucy, but what I'm saying is, like, say he has a knife in his hand and he's either, you know, stabbing, cutting someone up, trying to, like, which there's no blood, so we have no reason to think that. But I'm just saying, those kind of wounds happen when people are doing stuff with knives and it slips out of their hand. And if he was left handed, that would make a lot of sense, but I don't know. I mean, they've actually found no blood, so we have no reason to really even look at that and say that. But then again, we do. She's missing and he has injuries on his hands and arms, and this is one of the injuries. So that's pretty much that. Okay, Woofy, thank you so much. It looks like fingernail gouges. Exactly, Shannon. Okay, let me check, see what we have now. Y'all, I can't wait for this break. But also, like, I love this. I want to be here to see everything as it happens, like when it's happening. It's just how I am. Okay. The bikini wasn't collected as evidence. In the photo of Suzanne Morphew sunbathing, you can only see a small portion of the bikini strap, so you can't tell if it had been torn or any of the photos from the closet, according to the undersheriff. So, can't tell if it had been torn or any of the photos from the closet, according to the undersheriff. What they said is there's no blood found in the house, right? And if there has been blood found, we don't know yet. So I was so expecting there to be blood in the house, though. I really was. Like, I don't know why, or maybe like also kind of questioned if there would be some kind of gunshot. I don't know. Because with her not, with them not having a body, it just makes you wonder, what do they have? And they had that house for like 9 days, I believe. So I hope so too, Lucy Pearl Tops. Let's see if we can find any more updates from others on here. And we have a couple. Ashley Franco, 2 minutes ago. Defense turning now to bikini Suzanne was wearing in the picture she sent to Jeff Libler the day before she went missing. Defense says it was found in the master closet and there was no blood on it. Ooh, I don't know, Mystic Firefly. That I doubt it, though. I mean, it'd be weird if you're gonna wear his missing legs thing, but you never know. Okay, 40 seconds ago. Ashley Franco from KKTV says defense asked undersheriff about surveillance at a loaf and jug with car that looks like Suzanne Morphew's car. Undersheriff says he disagrees. Defense says he didn't put that in report. He says a different person did the report and he disagrees. Defense says he changed his mind. So that's a little confusing the way that's written. Um, Defense asked undersheriff about surveillance at a Loaf and Jug, which is a store apparently because it's capitalized Loaf in Jug, Jug, with a car that looks like Suzanne Morphew's car. Undersheriff says he disagrees. Defense says he didn't put that in the report. He says a different person did the report and he disagrees. Defense says he changed his mind. So. Okay, Woofy. Let's see. Could a tranquilizer intended for a large animal kill a human? Well, I don't know. I'm sure it could kill them, but it could at least like knock them unconscious for them to be, more easily managed. That's what we were talking about earlier. There is a show called Dexter, and the killer on there, he uses, they call it M99 in the show. It's like a horse tranquilizer, and he will use that to be able to take them somewhere to kill them where he can do it in a clean way without leaving evidence and stuff. So he'll do the M99 and then take them somewhere where he's got it like, all with plastic so the blood won't get on it. It's a show. It's not real, but so I don't know. I think there's different ways that could work. So far, there's been no blood found anywhere. I don't feel he used a gun to kill Suzanne. I feel like he strangled her. And that is what a psychic that I watched said, who I actually do really trust because she predicted a lot of things in other cases before they came out. But, they can be wrong too. So I'm not saying it's 100%, but for some reason they have him on this weapons charge. After that bikini spotting was done and she confirmed it was Suzanne's, the FBI went back into the house for some reason. Oh, Mystic Firefly. You are good. You should come on after lunch and we can discuss this as we go through the tweets when they come in. I've heard of people using tranquilizers to kill people. That's okay, Cheryl. I'm glad you're here at all. Love Dexter. I know, me too. It's one of my favorites. Still wondering what one barbecues with Jif peanut butter totally proves that Barry is one weird dude. Regardless to being a rageaholic and animal murderer. Definitely possible. He has that weapons charge, which is for a reason. We have no idea what they have up their sleeves. Okay. He continues to reiterate that he did not write this is from Ashley Franco at KKTV. He continues to reiterate that he did not write the report. She fights back, saying he never put in his report that he disputed the claims of the deputy who did the report. She asked, "Did you change your mind because it doesn't line up with the murder timeline?" Judge says she needs to re-ask the question without the hyperbole of, quote, murder timeline, unquote. So apparently one of the people under him did a report that said a car that looked like Suzanne's was spotted at this store, and this officer didn't write in the report that he disagrees, and the defense is really wanting that to be clear, which what difference does it make? Okay, there's plenty of cars. We know her car hasn't left. Her vehicles are there. All of her stuff is there. I mean, her license, her money, her ID, or that's her license, but her other cards and stuff, like all of her stuff, I don't know. That's the defense's job, though. So it's interesting the way these things like play out. Okay, crime talk. They do have a few new tweets, yay. May 10th. He's 15 minutes ago. Crime Talk says May 10th evening. Bike is found. Defense attorney says Barry was emotional when he arrived. the officer says, I would disagree, which is funny. But then he says 2 minutes ago, Barry is slouching to the left, resting his hand on his face with his pointer finger pointing up. Any body language experts out there? And then he puts a picture in, which I'm here. I'll just go ahead and show you since we're kind of waiting on. Hold on. I like his show too, Tracy. And I agree, Catherine. It's not a trial, and they might as well just, have no more questions. So this is the picture that Scott put on his tweet, and I'm not a body, obviously I'm not a body language expert, and I don't know any, but it's interesting to think about. I can just picture him now. That's why I put it there, so you guys could kind of see. It is the defense slow play. Okay. The bikini wasn't, Lauren Scharf says the bikini wasn't collected as evidence, which I have read this one. You couldn't tell if it had been torn. That was 9 minutes ago. Then 1 minute ago, underneath that, she says, the undersheriff was fishing at Foose's Lake on Mother's Day with his wife around 12:02 p.m. He said it was crowded, so they left. He confirmed no one reported the bike being ditched or found. And that's it. Lunch break until 1:30. So we have 1 hour and 30 minutes. It's not that long, but you say a bored look. Okay, guys, I'm going to check these other ones and then I'm going to go. And then I will see you guys in like an hour and a half. Don't see anything else new. Super interesting. How are you guys feeling right now? And what do you think before I go? Hopefully they will get out enough. That's why, yeah, because you asked if it had been in there. But hopefully they will get out enough evidence in these next 2 days to still go after first degree. The defense is dragging it out so the prosecution cannot continue to give evidence. They have a time frame. Yes, you're exactly right, Tracy, because the judge said these 4 days, like that's it. And the first 2 days, they barely got through anything. Go get your coffee first. I will. And then I will see you guys back. I can't wait. It's fun to sit here and talk to you guys and go through this. But yeah, you guys go have lunch and stuff, and I'll talk to you soon. Okay? Bye. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Shar. I will eat for sure. Thank you so much for even caring. Mark my words. Holly Wilson likely still has the bikini. It's possible. That's the redhead, right? Yes. Okay. I'll talk to you soon. Bye, guys.